And we are currently on 246 and counting participants. And again, we will be waiting for 5 minutes to start our event. Thank you. MRSPNCRPartners, and hashtag GSREOGOALS. And if you didn't catch any of that, I'll comment it in our chat box feature, and there we go. This event is presented to you by the PUP Graduate School Research and Extension Office, Banlang University, and the Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines NCR chapter. So please take note that we are live on the official Facebook and YouTube page of MRSPNCR and GSREO. And for everyone to have the best experience and convenience during this event, we would like to ask you to follow these guidelines. Number 1, please turn off your microphone while the program is ongoing. Number 2, you may turn off your camera during the event. Number 3, please utilize the conversation feature of the Zoom app. Number 4, please use your full name with your photo as displayed in the Zoom app. Number 5, please use the raise hands feature if you have any concerns, or you may also direct your concerns through the chat feature of the Zoom app. Please keep in mind that any irrelevant, foul, or inappropriate comment will be prohibited during this event. Ichesmet 2021 assures that it complies with the pertinent data privacy regulations promulgated by the National Privacy Commission. Data submitted in this registration form will not be used for any other purposes except to comply with the government regulations for the conduct of events. Thank you very much. So let me acknowledge and give thanks to the following universities and colleges that are present in today's meeting. Number 1, let's go with PUP Graduate School Research and Extension Office, PUP Graduate School, Banlang University, MRSP NCR Chapter, PUP Open University, PUP College of Engineering, PUP College of Science, PUP Computer and Information Sciences, PUP College of Arts and Letters, PUP College of Science and Development, PUP College of Education, PUP College of Communication, PUP College of Business Administration, PUP College of Political Science and Public Administration, PUP Institute of Technology, Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines National, Lyceum of the Philippines, University of Laguna, Isabela State University, Far Eastern University Institute of Technology, University of Perpetual Help System Delta, University of the East Caloocan, Technological University of the Philippines Taguig, Polytechnic University of the Philippines Parañaque, Institute of Computer Engineers of the Philippines Singapore, St. Michael's College of Laguna, and lastly, Universitas 17 Augustus 1945. Again, welcome to the third and final day of the first International Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology, with the theme Accelerating Research for Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the Midst of the Pandemic. Good morning, and once again, I am Darrell John Medina, and I will be the Master of Ceremony, and I will be joining you to this prestigious event. But before we go and proceed to the next part of the program, let's first do a quick recap. On our first day, most of the respectable individuals such as Dr. Arvin de la Cruz, Dr. Elmer de Jose, Dr. Emmanuel Muhi, Dr. Emmanuel de Guzman, Engineer Mariciel Teocampo, Dr. Christopher Sasot, and Dr. Architect Art Eco Norsanti join us at the opening of the first virtual Ichesmet. Then, also on our first day, the research papers were presented and discussed through the breakout rooms. And yesterday, Honorable Fortunato de la Peña and Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On graced us with their wise statements. And for today, we have prepared not just one, not just two, and not just three, but 6 webinar speakers. You heard it right. We have 6 webinar speakers. Also, the awarding of the Best Research Presenter and the Best Research Paper and the Outstanding Research Papers for each track happens today. So make sure that you are awake, drink your morning coffee, and we will go through this journey of academic excellence and global competitiveness. I know that you are all excited, so let's call on Dr. Philip P. Ermita, the Vice Chair for Publication, the Chief of Technology Business and Incubation Center, and the Center of Future Innovations, and the Program Chair of the Masters in Industrial Engineering. Let us give him a warm round of applause, Dr. Philip P. Ermita. Sir, I think your mic is on mute.
Good morning everyone. Magandang umaga at magandang buhay sa ating lahat. In behalf of the organizing committee of Ichesmet 2021, I would like to welcome you all in our third day and the last day of this conference. You know, in the past days, we were able to witness with our invited speakers that truly enlighten us with the recent trends of researches and topics that we have now amidst the pandemic. Now, on our last day, we can say that this is still another exciting day because we have prepared and invited renowned speakers, both foreign and local, to still continue giving us information on how we can continue accelerating research for a resilient and sustainable global community. And in the afternoon, I know most of the presenters of the 100+ papers are excited for the awarding of winners for the best papers and best presenters. And later on, we will also be announcing the Ichesmet 2022 and its venue. So again, let's enjoy this day. And I do believe this will be another meaningful and fruitful Saturday for all of us. Once again, good morning, magandang umaga, at magandang buhay sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ermita, for that very warm opening remarks. Our moderators for today's morning session are Dr. Gino Andres, the Director of Intellectual Property Management Office, Engineer Orlan D. Tubula, the Director of Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation, and lastly, Dr. Philip Ermita, the Vice Chair. Use your full name with your photo as displayed. The Director of Intellectual Property Management Office, Engineer Orlan D. Tubula, the Director of Research Institute for Strategic Foresight and Innovation, and lastly, Dr. Philip Ermita, the Vice Chair. Use your full name with your photo as displayed. The Director of Intellectual Property Management Office, Engineer Orlan D. Tubula, the Director of Research Institute. Apologies for the technical difficulties or technical problems. So let's move on to the introduction of our first speaker. May we call on Engineer Orlean de la Cruz, the Program Chair of Masters in Civil Engineering, to welcome our first speaker.
Yes, hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So our first speaker is Dr. Nestor J. Guades. Okay, wait. And so, Dr. Nestor J. Guades, one of the professorial chairholder and special lecturer of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, a former director for Center of Research for Future and Building Materials and Structures at the Northwest Summer State University, and former DOST Philippine Government Visiting Professor in Structural Engineering at the Cebu Technological University. He is passionate and committed to fostering knowledge in structural engineering by promoting respect, integrity, and excellence in teaching research, and eventually have an impact and empower present and future generations for community service. He is the first Filipino awardee of the prestigious European Union's Marie Sklodowska-Curie Postdoctoral Fellowship in Civil and Structural at the Technical University, Denmark. He also received the University of Southern Queensland Graduate, USG, Research Merit Award, USQ CEFC Top Performing PhD Students in Journal Publication. He was awarded as Best Research Paper in the international conferences. Moreover, he received a various scholarship, which includes University of Southern Queensland Postgraduate Research Scholarship in Australia, Carleton University Postgraduate Research Scholarship in Canada, National Science Council of Taiwan Fellowship
stable. Okay, I think there's technical difficulties on the internet connectivity of Engineer Ching. So, Ma'am Josie Golpeo, may we call on Engineer Josie Golpeo to continue the introduction to the speaker.
So, good morning, everyone. Our speaker for this morning is a passionate and committed in fostering knowledge in the field of structural engineering, and that is by promoting respect, integrity, and excellence in teaching and research. And this will eventually impact and empower the present and future generations. He is a graduate, as said by Sir Ching, of a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering at the Northwestern Summer State University. He earned his master's degree in engineering at Saitama University in Japan, a Doctor of Philosophy from the University of Southern Queensland, Australia, and also has his Marie S. Curie Ostered Postdoctoral Research Fellowship from the Technical University of Denmark. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our guest speaker, Dr. Ernesto J. Guades. Sir?
Thank you, Engineer Golpeo, and also Engineer De La Cruz for introducing me, and thank you also for elevating my my position or my academic rank to professor. But I am not a professor. I am a postdoctoral fellow at the Technical University of Denmark. But anyway, thank you for mentioning that one also. And let me share my screen to you. Yeah. Kindly confirm if you are seeing my screen now. It's in
Yes, sir.
PowerPoint. Okay. So again, thank you for inviting me, and indeed, it is my pleasure to share my knowledge, especially on civil engineering, on structural engineering. And today, I will be presenting my current projects, that I have completed in my postdoctoral fellowship, and this is about developing a material. I hope that I could. I believe that the participants have a different area of specialization. So I try my best to make it more generic so that everybody can understand also. So my project is about the development of fiber reinforced geopolymer composites. That is a material that can be used for the rehabilitation of concrete structures. And the flow of my presentation is that I have to show you some properties of the fiber reinforced geopolymer composites, and also suitable properties, why it is considered as potential material for repairing and rehabilitating concrete structures. And finally, I will be showing you some of my projects, some publications that is related to this topic. And let me start by defining about fiber reinforced geopolymer composites, or in the entire presentation, I will just have to mention this as FRGC. Now, FRGC are kind of what we call engineered cementitious composites. And you see that for the engineered cementitious composites, or called ECC, this is a simple combination of cementitious mortar. Basically, this is from cement-based Portland cement mortar that is being reinforced by short random fibers. So you can see in this figure the combination of or a mixture of a Portland cement-based mortar and this one, and also some fibers. And also this is the shape or the configuration when it is being hardened, and you see some bridging effect here. You have some fibers and also the hardened cement. In FRGC, instead of using cement, we use what we call geopolymer. And geopolymer, or sometimes also they are called as alkali activated. We use this in order to create what we call a mortar coming from a geopolymer reinforced by fibers, and they are collectively known now as FRGC. And usually for geopolymer binder, they are made from fly ash, and also calcined clay or metacholine, and also slag, and that is a ground granulated blast furnace slag. And then we put some activator, that chemical, and then they are hardened, and they are now what we call geopolymer composites, or geopolymer mortar or concrete. And in order for us to make a geopolymer, we need to have what we call precursor material. As I've mentioned, these are made either from fly ash. Fly ash are waste product coming from coal industry. And also we can also have here metacholine powder. These are calcined or pulverized material coming from metacholine or choline clay. And another one also is the GGBS or slag. These are waste material coming from steel industry. And if we try to compare them, metacholine have less impurities, and also they have also good mechanical properties. However, when it comes to cost, fly ash and slag are cheaper than metacholine, because fly ash and slag can be sourced out directly from the industry. However, for metacholine powder, we need to apply here the process of calcination. So that's why FA and slag are cheaper than metacholine. And usually fly ash, these are the chemical composition of fly ash and also the slag and metacholine. And fly ash and metacholine are rich in silicate and also for aluminate. You see here that the majority of the composition is silicate and aluminate. That is also the same with metacholine. That means the properties of fly ash and calcined clay are almost identical. Now, when we go to slag, although there are a proportion of silicate, but you will see that majority of the composition is in calcium. And calcium is also, these slag are also comparable to that of cement, because cement has a major composition of calcium. So that's one. And you also observe some specific gravity. The range is 2.31 for fly ash. Metacholine is in around 2.5, and slag is much heavier. That's around 2.8. And in order for us to harden them or to activate, we need to introduce activator or alkaline solutions, which are compatible for fly ash, metacholine, and also slag. Now, if we use fly ash, the typical alkaline activator that we can use is either SS or sodium silicate, and also sodium hydroxide. We can use that one. And if you go to metacholine, we can also use two type of activator. Aside from sodium silicate and also sodium hydroxide, we can also use phosphorus silicate and also phosphorus hydroxide. Now for slag, you see that there is a wide range of selection for the alkaline activator. Now, how about if we combine them, fly ash plus metacholine, or fly ash plus slag, or the other way around? we can use sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide, or phosphorus silicate plus phosphorus hydroxide. And if we compare the commonalities between the alkaline solutions for these binding materials, the most common among these three is we can use sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. And these are available in drugstore and also available in some chemical store. Now, for FRGC, if we already have the mortar, this is the fly ash or calcine clay, or the GGBS based mortar, we need to introduce short fibers. Although there are types of short fibers, but I will just concentrate here on synthetic fibers. No? So you will see that there are around 7 types of synthetic fibers we usually use in FRGC. No? We can use the steel fiber. This is the steel fiber. We can also use polyethylene. We have polypropylene. We have the carbon. We have the glass, and we have the basalt. And they have specific properties that you can choose. No? And usually the length for these fibers is in the range of around 2 mm up to 50 millimeter or 60 millimeter. Those are the range. And with the diameter, they have what we call microfiber. This is the microfiber. The diameter is around 6 micrometer up to 108 micrometer. That is for these microfibers. For macrofibers, for steel, we can have a diameter up to 1 millimeter. That's 1 millimeter. And you have several properties here, including the density, and also the modulus, and also the strength. And let us have here a quick information regarding the mechanical properties. And for example, if you would like to have the database of the compressive strength of FRGC. Now, compressive strength, for if we are going to do the test, this is a cylinder, and also we do some compression. That's compression, and the area is here, and the strength that we can derive is simply the load divided by the area, and that's in megapascal. So, as you can see in this figure, you have several precursor combinations, and also the fiber types that we can use, and the type of curing. You have heat cured or ambient cured, and then the days of curing. And you see that if this is the compressive strength of that FRGC, and compare that without reinforcement, this is the FRGC with reinforcement with fiber. And if you compare that to a plain geopolymer mortar without reinforcement, you see that there is an increase here in the compressive strength by adding the fiber. And the maximum compressive strength increase if you put some fibers. However, there are also cases, or there are also studies found out that even if you put reinforcement, the result to that in compressive strength becomes negative. That means the lessen the compressive strength, just like what happened here. So if you use a fiber of polypropylene and then pair that with fly ash and cure with this value, they found out that the compressive strength becomes lesser compared to when it doesn't have a fiber of that. So you can also see here that if Fa plus slag compared with reinforced by polyethylene, and also the slag reinforced by carbon, you see that they are reducing the compressive strength. So we can say here that the compressive strength is actually the increase in the strength is dependent on the type of precursor and also the type of fiber that you will be using. So you need to really do a test in order for you to identify. There's no clear trend when it comes to compressive properties. Now, if we go to tensile properties, that means that if we have here the plate or the FRGC, and when we have to pull them, the strength that we can get is what we call compressive strength. And also they have several combinations of fiber and also geopolymer precursors cured at different type, either ambient or heat cured, a number of days. And you see that all of them are in positive value. So that means that by adding a certain number of fibers per amount will surely increase the tensile strength of that composites by this. And the maximum recorded increase is around 2 times, or that is 2.5 or 261% increase. And when we go to flexural properties, there are two properties that we need to consider here. The first one is the flexural strength, this one, and the other one is the flexural toughness. Now, toughness means here is that this is the ability of the material to absorb energy, or that is the absorption capacity. That's how tough a certain material. And if we try to analyze here or try to understand the trend for the strength, you see here that all of them are in positive. All of them are in positive, and also likewise for toughness, all of them are positive. And what is more notable result here is that it really increased a lot, especially in flexural properties. Now, for the flexural strength, you see that it can be increased up to 600%. That is 6 times without putting fiber. That is for the strength. And for the toughness, by putting a certain amount of fiber, it can increase the toughness up to 20 times, or that is 2000%. That's how. So if we try to summarize them, okay, the most affected properties when we put fiber is actually the flexural properties, because it can increase up to 20 times or 2000%. Now, one of the potential application of FRGC, although there are already several applications of FRGCs in strengthening or repairing of RC or reinforced concrete elements. So why is it that it is a suitable one? These are the properties, desirable properties. Because FRGC has good bond strength to concrete substrate. That means that if we put the FRGC on the concrete, it is not easily spalled out. So it actually sticks together even if you are putting some loads there. And the disadvantage, if it doesn't have a good bond strength, it delaminates, and delaminates not only underutilize the fiber that you use, meaning to say you are not 100% utilizing the fiber strength, but also it leads to what we call brittle failure of composite member. Now, in the principle of design of buildings, structures, we don't allow that our structure to have a brittle failure, because if you have a brittle failure, the tendency it will collapse without further notice. You cannot determine whether it will be collapsing. That's the type of failure if you have a brittle. We are also always looking on what we call the ductile failure. And also, by using FRGC, they have higher fire resistance. They can resist up to 1,500 degrees Celsius. And if we compare to concrete, normal concrete, they have the threshold of up to 93 degrees Celsius. And for epoxy, and those who are working into retrofitting using FRP, epoxy has only a threshold of around 200 degrees Celsius. It's around 200 degrees Celsius. And if that epoxy will be subjected to more than that, then it will degrade. The strength will degrade, and it will have to, failure is imminent with that one. And also, if RGC has lower creep and shrinkage, meaning to say they have a limited, they can resist cracks. They have a limited cracks compared to concrete. And also, they have superior corrosion resistance compared to concrete. Meaning to say we can strengthen or we can rehabilitate structure which are located in waterfronts, in shoreline, because we know that FRGC have a better corrosion resistance. And with durability, with regards to durability, if we compare with concrete, geopolymer is 8 times higher corrosion resistance than OPC. So they are more durable compared to Portland cement based mortar or Portland cement based composites. And according to the study of Balochi, you can use a 250-year design life if you are using this kind of material or retrofitting. And as I've showed you, you see that it also improved a lot the tensile capacity, performance, and also the flexural. And they also known to have high toughness, and they have high ductility. So ductility is the ability of the material to deform after yielding. So this is an important parameter when we design buildings which are exposed to earthquake loads. Just like in the Philippines, structures are exposed to earthquake load, and we really have to consider ductility of that material. And by using the FRGC, this will help the ductility behavior of the building if we apply this one. Now, FRGC, there are several applications of FRGC also already in Europe. They have this, and however, the application of this in repairing or retrofitting or strengthening concrete structures it's still in its infancy. That means that properties has not been fully characterized, and so as a result, we don't have now a clear guidelines for codes if we are going to use this. And we, as a researcher, will be helping a lot. We'll be doing some research in order to make a study that will be considered as input in our codes. So you see here that supposing you have your structure, and this is under fire. No, after fire, then they will be exposed some spalling of concrete cover here. So okay, so you have some spalling of concrete, and then also there is an exposure of reinforcement, the lateral, the shear, and also the main reinforcement for flexor. So the challenge now is, in order for us to apply this, then we have to characterize. No? We have to identify. We have to calculate what's the performance, what's the flexural capacity when we apply this. And this is the actual situation. This is the theoretical that we need to work on. And in my study, I would like to address this issue by identifying the performance. If we use FRGC as repair material, what will happen if we apply this in an RC beam? Although we can apply this in slab or in column, but basically I use this in application for beam because it is simpler compared to the other structural elements. And I characterize the performance of this technology or this technique by applying several what we call jacketing technique. So what will happen if I put the repair material, this is FRGC, what will happen if it is being placed on the bottom of the beam? This is beam. And what will happen if I put that on the two sides of the beam? And what happens if I put that on the three sides of the beam? Of course, if we apply this in retrofitting, I guess, and it's practical that we can only put the FRGC on the three sides, because here you see that this is being filled. It's not possible for us to put additional one. That's why we can only put on the bottom, that's the practical side, on the two sides, and also on the three sides. And that's the rationale why I considered only the three types of jacketing configurations here. So first, I need to identify the properties. I need to calculate the properties of the repair material in the microscale level. So for this project, I use the silica sand combination. This is actually a mortar. This is a mortar made from silica sand and also fly ash. And you have this here, the properties of the sand. And also, in order them to become a paste, I put alkaline activator, which is a combination of sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. So this is the sample of sodium silicate and sodium hydroxide. And then after making a mortar, then that's the time that you can incorporate the fiber. Now the fiber that I used here, the fibers are PVA or polyvinyl alcohol and also steel fibers. No? The reason why I use this because when we put hybrid, this is micro and this is the macro fibers. They try to improve a lot when it comes to crack bridging compared when you are only using one of the fiber. And these are the properties of the fibers, and also the length, and also the properties or the mixed proportion of the FRGC and the concrete to be strengthened or retrofitted. So you see, this is now the FRGC. This is a mortar FRGC. It's not hardened yet. That's the FRGC. And also because I need to use the data. I need to use the data for me to analyze them using analytical studies. So I have to find the tensile strength, and this is a way of testing that in a dog bone, and also the compressive strength of mortar. And these are the result of the test for compressive strength of FRGC. I did this in 100 kilonewton machine, UTM. Then I put the extensometer. This is the extensometer in order for me to calculate or determine the strain. So I have to find the strain, and then finally the load, and this is the stress strain diagram. And see here that the result is just similar to that of a cement base. They have the peak and finally cracking. So we could say that the properties, the strength, the curve defining the plane without fiber cement and with fiber cement looks the same. So it doesn't change the behavior of that. And when it comes to tensile strength, that's also the same, but I need to fabricate a special fixture for that so that it can be clamped here. This is a dog bone, and this is the result of the stress and the strain. Now, if we don't have a fiber, if we don't have the fiber, we are expecting that the load will be after some peak, it will crack and automatically it will go down. That's the behavior if you don't have fibers. But if you have fibers, you see that still resist after the maximum one, it still resists. And this one is with the introduction of the fibers, either the polyvinyl or also the steel fibers. So when we go to the application of this material into structural elements, beam, so I tried to refer all of my preparation to the standards, and the ACI. I also used ACI, American Concrete Institute, to ensure that all of these are acceptable. That's what we did. We need to refer that to standards. And a total of 3 configurations. These are the sections, and for each configurations, I have 2 specimens. This is 2 specimens to replicate the values, and I label that as S1J. That connotes the first. It is only 1 means at the bottom, 2 is on the 2 sides, 3 on the 3 sides, and to compare that with the reference beam, I also conducted a test on a beam, an RC beam without any application of the FRGC. I call that as RC control. And these are the overall depth, this one, and also the thickness. I use here 25 millimeter thickness of FRGC. And I have here series of activities in order to have a final strengthened beam. First, I have to cast the beam with the steel bars, and also some concrete casting. I use here this kind of mixing equipment, and also puts up in form. And this is the hardened unstrengthened concrete, meaning to say I only have here the beam, and also the reinforcement. And then they are cured up to 56 days, no? 56 days, 56 days. I use that in order to simulate, if you have an existing structure, it really takes time before you need to strengthen them or rehabilitate them. That's why I just go to 56 instead of 28 days. Then after storage for 56 days, I start now the application. So I just use the scale needle here to roughen the surface. This in figure E. I just roughen them using the needle scaler, which is very simple. All you need to do is to have to take some of the parts here. That one. Then after that, I have to clean the surface using a pressurized water jet. This one. I use a pressurized water jet to clean them, then dry them. Then dry them. While they are being dried, I prepare the FRGC. So previously, the FRGC is just a small one, but if you're going to apply that in this numerous RC beam, you need to really prepare a lot of them. So I put that here and then prepare everything until such time that you can put that and ready for placement. So this is now the condition of the specimen, retrofitted or jacketed specimen, right after putting the FRGC. Then I leave that for 28 days. Then after removing the specimen, the form or the molds, this is now the condition of the retrofitted RC beam. And this is a more clear illustration of how the concrete, see here, this is the concrete, the RC beam plus the FRGC. Okay. Now to do the test, I have to put some strain gauge. Strain gauge. I need to put the strain gauge at the bottom. Putting the strain gauge at the bottom will provide you a strain value at the FRGC itself. And then also the testing. This is the configuration of the testing. The overall effective testing length is around 950 millimeter. And then I check that the failure of this should be in accordance with ACI. ACI, and this is the requirement for ACI, American Concrete Institute, code 318, that A over D should be greater than 2.5 in order this to fail in flexure. So if this is less than 2.5, the type of failure is in shear, and we cannot identify the flexural strength of that. However, this is 3, so it satisfies the requirement. And then I did my testing in a 100 kilonewton capacity UTM, and also on the bottom I put LVDT. That is to measure the displacement. This is the actual displacement of the specimen. Then I load them like this. You see here, this is the S1J, this is the S2J, this is the S3J. You see some cracks. And you see that the final failure here is crushing of the concrete on the compression region. So if you have a crushing at the compression region, this is a perfect testing for flexure. So at least I can really compare that with that of the failure mode of a true or a correct way of flexural testing. Now let's go to the result of that. So this is the load deflection curve. This is the load deflection curve, and let us start first with discussion with the unreinforced or unstrengthened or unjacketed beam. This is the common. So for the common load deformation of beam, RC beam, they are actually characterized by 3 regions. The first region is linear, here. Okay, you try to, for example, this one, then you introduce the load. So at a certain strain, they are considered as linear and also with high stiffness. However, if you increase the load, the tendency it will crack No, and if it cracks, it reduces the stiffness like this one. Then after yielding of steel, no, after yielding of steel, also the strength or the load capacity of that will be greatly reduced. That one here. So that means we have the three lines here. The first linear, then cracking, we'll have to reduce the stiffness, then yielding, go to the failure, and this failure here, you can see that this is about the crushing of concrete at the compression site. You see some crushing here. And finally, it will fail little by little, and all of the resistance here is coming from the reinforcement bar. Now, if you look into the S1J, S2J, and S3J, you see that they also have three lines. This is cracking, then after that cracking, you have the reduced stiffness, then yielding of steel bars, then rupturing of the FRGC. That's also true with S2J. They also have like this one. Initially, then cracking happened, the stiffness will be reduced, and also yielding of steel will also reduce tremendously the load value, and also up to the final or the ultimate load. That's also with this one, the same also. So that means that whether you put an FRGC on the bottom, or you put FRGC on the two sides, or you put FRGC on the three sides, the original load deformation or deflection curve of the beam will not be changed. It doesn't affect. Okay, that is the meaning of this figure. It doesn't change whether you put retrofitting or jacketing FRGC with this one. They are still the same. Only that they only differ on the amount or the magnitude of the load. See here the load. So for S1J, you have a higher load compared to the reference, and also higher for the 2SJ, S2J, and also S3J. Now let us quantify an increase. No, let us quantify the increase. This is the first cracking. This is the first cracking here. The meaning of that is this cracking here compared to the reference beam. No, so first cracking, if you use retrofitting or jacketing at the bottom sides, the cracking resistance or load will be increased by almost 100%. 100% times that one. And also, if you use S2J, you have also an amount that is doubled compared when you have without jacketing. So that's the improvement, the cracking. However, if you use S3J, so you have here three sides jacketing, the cracking load will be increased up to 167%. That is around 1.5 times compared to that of the beam and unjacketed beam. So when we go to yielding load, this is the time in which the steel bars will yield, and we try to delay the occurrence of yielding of steel. Now when we compare that to S1J, and this is the reference beam, the yielding load will be increased up to 24% for S1J, the bottom, and S2J around 36%, and S3J on around 62%. And when we go to the ultimate load capacity, this is the most interested one when it comes to strength, because this will tell us the maximum capacity of the beam when it is retrofitted by this material. So for S1J, the increase is around 21%. It can be improved up to 21%. And then if you use S2J on the two sides, you will have 36%, higher than that of S1J. And if you put layers of FRGC on the sides and on the bottom, you will have around 62% of the increase. That is the load response or performance of the caused by this FRGC jacketing. Now, when we go to ductility, ductility is the ability to deform. This is just a figure of that. This is the stress strain diagram, and this is the yielding. Okay. It's the yielding here. So ductility is simply the area, the length here, let us say delta M or delta U. This is your delta Y. Your ductility here is equivalent to delta U over delta Y. Then if you try to normalize them, this is the result. Now you see that if you use retrofitting on the bottom using FRGC, and if you use three-size jacketing, the ductility performance is lesser compared to that when you have an jacketed RCB. You see here, so 7%, that one. It will be reduced by 7% for S1J and 11% for S3J. However, if you use S2J as a method of strengthening your specimen or beam, you see that they are comparable. It doesn't change. It even increased the capacity of the ductility or the performance by 3%. That's the effect when it comes to ductility of the repair material. So, and then also if we try to compare the absorbed energy, so absorbed energy is say for example, this is the stress strain diagram. The absorbed energy is, this is the maximum one. Absorbed energy are simply the area under this curve. That is the area, okay? And that is what we call energy absorption capacity, or absorbed energy in kilonewton millimeter. Now, the absorption capacity is very important, especially when we design buildings exposed to earthquake, because we need to ensure that the energy provided by earthquake, it will be introducing an energy will be absorbed by the structure without furthering collapse. So you see that for the absorbed energy, all of the jacketing techniques would improve the capacity. For S1J, it will increase by 6%. And for S2J and S3J, you have the range of around 30 to 32% absorption capacity. So whether you, regardless of the jacketing technique, the absorption energy performance of the original beam or original RC beam will be increased by the range of 6 to 32%. Now we go to the condition at the overloading, meaning to say if your beam will be overloaded, although we don't really want this to happen to our structures. We don't want to crash our building. However, if it will be crushed, if it will reach up to its optimum capacity, what will be the shape? What will happen to the building, or what will happen to the structural element or the beam? So for an unjacketed beam, this is the building, okay? This is the building, and then also this is the beam. So what happened if you put more than that capacity? We try to collapse them. So for ordinary or the RC beam, this is the type of failure or the typical failure that you can observe. So the failure type for RC beam is characterized by cracking on the middle. These are flexural cracks, flexural cracks, okay? And also you have a combination of flexural shear cracks. This is flexural shear crack. This is flexural shear crack. Flexural shear cracks meaning to say it starts vertically. This is the flexural, then it goes into 45 degrees. That is the flexural shear cracks, a combination. And finally, on the extremities, this is the near of the support here. You see that these are some shear cracks. And shear cracks happen here. That is the typical failure type or failure mode of the RC beam. And the last failure type or the last indications of crack ultimate is crashing of concrete here. Okay, so cracking first, then we have to dissipate some cracks along the length, and finally concrete on the compressive region will crack, and that's the final one. That's the highest, I would say, that's the highest value here, this one here. And when we go to retrofitting, when we put some here, retrofitting on the bottom, you see that the cracks, the mode of cracking is somewhat similar to that of a plain or an unjacketed RC beam. They also have some flexural cracks here. They also have some shear cracks. But if we compare the two of them, you see that there are, let us say, there's around 12 cracks here compared to around 5 cracks. So the visual the visual I would say the visual difference when it comes to crack of the unjacketed beam to that of a jacketed beam. So lesser, it becomes lesser the crack. Now when we go to two sides cracking, they do not have a shear crack. No, they do not have shear crack here. Sorry. You see, you only have the flexural crack. You only have the flexural crack, but you cannot see any shear cracks that is at the support. So we could say that not only that the two sides jacketing improve the flexural capacity, but also it improves the shear resistance of the beam, because we don't have crack here. But for beam, RC beam, you have some cracks, but for these two S2J, you do not crack. That is also the same with the S3J. They do not have cracks on the shear region. We don't have crack. And also the number of cracks for S1J, S2J, and S3J is lesser compared to that of the control specimen. And that is the reason why you will see here that in cracking, this is the cracking load, you see here that the resistance of S2J, S1J, and S3J is higher compared to that of the specimen that is that's the reference specimen or the reinforced concrete beam without jackets. And that's the reason. So let me see again. Okay. Now, when we apply this in codes, we don't actually use experiment values. We don't use experiment values. When we use this in practical applications, usually for design engineers or structural designer, what they need is an equation. What they need is equation, not the result really in the laboratory. So we have to convert that into empirical solution, empirical equations. So that's what I did. And the purpose of doing this is simply to identify the flexural capacity when it is being jacketed by either at the bottom, jacketed on the sides, and jacketed on the three sides. So what will be the capacity? Mn, nominal capacity, or Mu. You also have the Mn. And what is the value of that? And that's the objective of having what we call analytical study. So from there, I use the material model. This is from concrete. This is from rebars, and also the FRGC, FRGC in compression and tension, and then put them together. We apply the structural mechanics, the concept of structural mechanics, and then also I refer that with ACI, and that's the concept. And I don't want to elaborate this, but that's the concept from structural mechanics. I apply that one, and then we have these basic equations. That is the summation of forces vertical, in the structural mechanics, and finally we can calculate the performance of that, the capacity of the retrofitted beam on the bottom, on the two sides and three sides. This denotes the contribution of concrete. Okay, just an example. This denotes the contribution of concrete. This denotes, okay, sorry, yeah. This is also the contribution of steel. This is the contribution of FRGC. That's why you have three loads, three forces. And for two sides, you have four. You have concrete also in compression, and tension is assumed to be zero. Then you also have the This is now compression of FRGC. If you are, this is the neutral axis. This is part of the FRGC in compression, part of the FRGC in tensions. You have 4 components here. And then apply here the summation of moment, and then you can get the values. So these are the calculated values. These are the empirical values. And then you can also here apply now the different properties, the tensile strength, the compressive strength, FCY. And finally, I developed the equations, equations to predict the capacity of the retrofitting technique. Sorry, this one. But before this will be accepted by our area, before it will be accepted and published in a journal, you need to compare that with experimental value. So I also did that one. This is the experimental value. This is the result of the experiment. This is the result of the experiment. This is the value of the analytical, the other way around. This is the experimental value. This is the analytical value from this formula. I use this formula here and then compare here, and you see the difference is less than 10%. So if you have a less than 10% value here, ratio between the experimental to that of analytical, then this is acceptable value. So that means that if you would like to identify or calculate the moment capacity, you can use this formula. That's the indication. Now, when we do experiment, if we try to look for other parameters, it will be very expensive. It take you have to spend around 500,000 pesos, 200,000 pesos. That's why we prefer to do analytical studies or parametric studies. And so what I did is I also did some analytical studies. And if you go more details regarding the details of the retrofitting, you can access my journal publication in engineering structures. This is an open access. This is free for everybody because I have to pay 2,000 US dollar to make this an open access. So you can check the details. Now, as what I have said, when you do experiment, it is very expensive, and you need to finally get all of the parameters there. So that's also what I've done. I need to see some of the parameters in order this to be fully characterized. So I did some analytical studies, but this time this is more exhaustive. This is more exhaustive to predict the thickness. What's the effect of thickness when the thickness is 10 millimeter? This is the thickness. What happened if this is 10 or 20 millimeter or 50 millimeter? That's what we mean by parametric study here. Or what happened if your strength is 5 megapascal, 20 megapascal, or 17 megapascal? What's the effect of that one? So instead of doing experiment, I did what we call analytical study. So this is an example of that. So see some formulas, the basic of structural mechanics, and from here I was able to calculate the moment and also the different row ratio here, and I finally calculated the effect of that with respect to the ductility and also the moment. So I submitted this to a journal in American Concrete Institute, structural journals, and it took around 6 months or 8 months for me to finally being accepted, and hopefully in December this will be out, and this is also an open access. This is free for everybody because the fellowship paid $2,000 to make it available for everybody, open access. So hopefully by December or early 2022, this is really out, so you can also access this one. Now I have a collaborative project with DLSU, with De La Salle University, and we are improving the technique, the technology. So in my previous study, I only used FRGC. Now we are working on adding reinforcement, FRG grid, so that it will be enhanced. The properties will be enhanced both in the load and also in the ductility displacement. And because if you only have retrofitting on the bottom, we only have the conditions that it should be the raw max, no, the raw max should be higher, or your raw value here. Raw value is the reinforcement ratio, AS over BD, AS over BD. Okay, that's how we design. Your AS over BD should be less than raw max. That's the condition if you use this one. However, if you use two sides, you can even strengthen a condition of the beam even if it is unreinforced or over reinforced. And in the current studies, the current study that we have investigated is we want to improve more the performance of this. So let me give you the conclusion of my presentation. The first conclusions that we can get is that if you use 25 millimeter FRGC jackets using bottom, 2 and 3 sides, the strength of the beam, particularly on the load enhancement on the first cracking and yielding, can go up to 167% increase and also 62%. But you see that the increase in the ultimate value of the initial RC beam can only go up to 62%. 62% for the ultimate, 62% also for the yielding, 167% for cracking. And when we use two sides jacketing, they actually match ductility. Meaning to say they are comparable with that RC beam, and they also have 30% demonstration of the absorption capacity. In contrary, when we use 3 sides and 2 sides, 3 sides and 1 side, they are less ductile. They are reduced by 7 to 11%. However, the absorption capacity is improved up by 32%. And then for FRGC jacketing, it improved a lot when it comes to the cracking performance, rather than the yield and ultimate responses, regardless of the jacketing. And the strengthening of FRG jackets on the 2 sides not only enhances the flexural but also the shear performance of the beam. And by the analytical study, it is indeed applicable. The moment capacity can be predicted using the methods that I presented, because the error between the experimental and that of the analytical is less than 10%. So I think I finished my presentation, and I hope you learned something from me. And well, I'm pretty sure that we can collaborate to enhance more researches related to the project that I have presented. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you, sir. Thank you for the time that you have provided. Daryl, you have something to say?
If anyone has questions for Engineer Guades or Dr. Guades, you may direct your questions through the chat box. Oh, there's one question from Irish Flores. With reinforced or strengthened RC beam, considering the availability of supplemented materials and additional processes to construct it, how will this affect the cost of construction in terms of percentage?
No, I cannot give you an exact value of the percentage. However, when you prolong, the life of the structure, that means you are also saving the cost that will be implemented if you try to collapse them, or if you try to remove them and put additional or a new structure. That's the one. And also, of course, the initial cost will be higher because you need to put additional resources of that one. However, the purpose here is simply to strengthen. No, that means that we have to give value. We have to give value to the existing one, and that is, I would say, one of the factors that we need to consider. Now, when we compare that to FRP, if we compare with FRP, of course, FRP has a lot of applications already, and FRGC is still in its infancy. So FRP, I would say, is economical compared to this, because when the moment that we increase a lot of application, the cost will be lesser compared to that one. So in this manner, if you can source out the fly ash, if you can source out from fly ash from an industry, compare that to cement, I think fly ash is economical, or it is not costly compared to cement base of that one. And also, I would say that when it comes to fiber reinforcement, from our project, we source that out from overseas. So yun ang isang problema, kasi wala pa tayong dito. However, there is also a substitute for that one by using instead of using synthetic fibers, they can go into natural fibers.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I hope Dr. Goades answered your question. And we have another question from Franklin. The application of FRGC is promising in retrofitting. However, most of the studies were based on prototype structural elements as presented today. Are there any studies, sir, that evaluates the full wide practical application of FRGC in the existing beams of the structure?
My answer is no, because it's still new, and that's why researchers usually come in. So we need to go lots of testing, and then we can make I would say closed form equations, for example, predicting what's the moment capacity, and then put that as a guideline, and that's the time that we can use a practical applications of that. However, I haven't seen any even case studies, even case studies on the application of FRGC, except for dams. They already use that one for dams and also for repairing. However, for strengthening concrete structures, especially for beam, I haven't seen that one yet.
Thank you, sir. I think there are no further questions. Let's proceed to the awarding of certificate. Okay. This certificate of recognition is given to Dr. Ernesto Guades in grateful recognition of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as a research speaker at the first virtual international conference on humanities, education, sciences, management, Engineering and Technology 2021, with the theme Accelerating Research for Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the Midst of the Pandemic, held on the 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom, signed by Professor Dr. Elmer De Jose, the Dean of the PUP Graduate School, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, Dean of the Faculty of Technology, University Board Member, Van Lang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz, the overall conference chair and the president of MRSPR chapter. So thank you very much, Dr. Ernesto Guades, for your insightful message.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're in mute, Darrell.
Again, let us welcome Engineer Rosalinda M. Golpeo for the Vice Chair for Webinars of Ichesmet 2021 to introduce our second speaker.
Okay, again, good morning. I'd like to introduce our second speaker. So our speaker is very active in regional development, promoting dynamics in innovation and processes among stakeholders. She developed different policies for regional governments from several thousands to about several millions of SMEs and promoting university industry network, industrial agricultural collaboration, and the regional innovation strategy. She also have applied different policies in practice, training of the different regional clusters in different development for government officials, academicians, and industrial players, and also have developed new international assistance schemes for the regional prosperity in Asian and African countries. She is also very active in development and the promotion of the triple quadruple helix or the THFQH ecosystem, having management and day-to-day operation of the THQH network and the Science and Technology Graduate School of Keio University, which is a prestigious private university in Japan. She is also into business development, assisting various local and global companies in their businesses development for more than 25 years. At a Japanese technology consulting firm, HRI or SRI International USA and the BizTech Incorporated. She is also into innovation in the HR development, mainly with universities but partly with regions. A visiting professor of the Innovation Process Management with multi-players School of Integrated Science and Engineering from Shizuoka University from 2007 up to present. A part-time lecturer on innovation awareness, a part-time lecturer on intelligence development for business at the Graduate School of Business in Nihon University. And also, she is a graduate of Master of Science in Structural Engineering from Waseda University in Japan. And having worked through various Japanese and international business entities, such as the Obayashi Corporation, which is one of the biggest Japanese general contractors, a medium-sized Japanese technology consulting firm, and the SRI International, formerly Stanford Research Institute, which has, and she has also have established and managed a consulting think tank company, which is BizTech Incorporated, since 1996. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next guest speaker, Ms. Chi Sato of BizTech Incorporated. Ma'am?
Thank you, Joshi. Thank you very much. I'm really honored to be here to present this webinar with you, and I'm really glad to be invited to this great international conference. So let me, with Joshi's great introduction, I think I don't need to go further in my self-introduction. So let me get into my presentation. Okay. Which one? Yes, this one. So today, I'm going to talk about this topic, University toward the era of innovation with society. As you can see, this is really different from, for example, from my previous the lecturer. So my topic is not for any specific discipline of engineering or of science or any academic disciplines. But this is more for our society, more for, in general, for our world, and more for university itself. So actually, as my self instruction, I have prepared this chart, and as you see, I have been working at the center of these three players. We would call it triple helix: government, industry, and academic sectors, academia. So I have been working for all of them, sometimes as a consultant to give them just a suggestions, or sometimes working together with them. Oops. So my work always involves three keywords: interaction, collaboration, and co-creation. And what I'm going to talk to you today is also for these three keywords. So today I'm talking specifically on this point. The first one is what is happening toward the direction of innovation with society. And secondly, what should we do? Then three major issues and some possible approaches by an university like PUP or other universities who are attending here. And I'd like to conclude my presentation with some of my personal observation on potential of Philippines toward this direction of innovation with society. Okay, so first, let me start from what is happening for university. So I believe most of you here in this conference, in this webinar, has already got these understandings for innovation with society. So my two slides here from now are just to confirm our common understanding. So these days, university needs to get involved in or lead or contribute to innovation creation. I believe no one would give me any objections on this point. And because of this requirement, university needs to be ready for co-creation with other players in the world. For example, I have been dealing with this topic, innovation with society, for more than 2 decades. The first experience with this word or similar words was 22 years ago with the biggest city in Japan, Yokohama City. The main concern there was how to use university's technology for the sake of our industry. Just two players and just one direction from university to industry. But these days, there are more players like government, like community, like NPO, and so on. And we also need to widen our perspective toward the world. So the statement looks similar, but environment has been changing and changing and changing over 2 decades. And because of this movement or this trend, university need to be ready to use its resource and position of education or of research. And it's a kind of public standpoint for the society's innovation, society's new value. So this is my understanding of what is happening in university world. So the next slide is what is happening in the world toward the direction of innovation with society. So these days, we discuss about SDGs. If you say, oh, I don't know the term SDGs, you may be said that, oh, you should have learned more. So these days, we are asked to consider sufficiently of impacts on our society. That is a kind of essential necessity of today's world. And secondly, almost everything in today's connected in a real-time basis. For example, if you sneeze in Philippines right now, I can see it. Maybe if your video is on, of course. But it is happening all around the world. Again, just imagine 50 years ago, if some big guy died in, say, in United States, we could know the fact, his death, maybe in an hour or so. But most of us in Japan or in Philippines, half centuries ago, maybe reminded that fact, maybe in a day or two, basically. But you know, these days, our smartphones are so filled with a lot of big news. So this is a situation. So we need to understand this situation. So many players in the world today are essentially looking for, or at least thinking of, partners of co-creation. For example, these days I have been a good connection with several countries, such as in Egypt or Uzbekistan in Central Asia, or Lebanon, or in Romania, or so on. And I have kept communication with them through WhatsApp, through Slack, and sometimes Zoom as well. So we need to understand this good or bad situation. Basically, this situation, real-time connection, is good situation, I should say. But sometimes, you know, it would force us to react as soon as possible. So I don't know if it's really good thing or not. But anyhow, this is what is happening in the world. So it's not a main topic, but let me just mention some relevant keywords for innovation with society based on this common understanding of what is happening in the world and in the university. When I was first informed about this conference, International Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology, I was just awed in a good sense, because here are everything, not only the technology, not only the STE, but also education, management, and humanities. And when I showed the title of this conference to some of my friends, he had asked me, okay, what has been missed here? And I said, okay, maybe philosophy or literature or something, but basically, most of our lives are covered with those, can be covered by these keywords. So it's great. And let me add some other relevant keywords for innovation with society. So SDGs, of course, and societal innovation. And you may be wondering what is the distinction between society innovation and social innovation. In general, there is no distinction, but sometimes if we put focus on the structured understanding of society and innovation, we would use the term societal innovation. And togetherness, it's very casual word, togetherness, but I really love this word. Let's do something together. It's easy to say, but hard to do. Because to work together, sometimes we need to be very careful about your counterpart's reactions and so on. But anyhow, togetherness. By the way, excuse me, some of you put your mic on, and I keep hearing some noises background. Would you make your mic muted? Thank you. Yeah, it's better. Thank you very much. Okay, another keyword is interpreneur. Not entrepreneur, not interpreter, interpreneur. I will touch upon this word later. And innovation platform, innovation ecosystem, open innovation, of course. Be connected, like a very good catchphrase, and so on and on. Oh, and co-creation and competition. Oh, this is a little bit interesting tip for you as for Japanese language. In Japanese language, co-creation and co-competition has just the same sound. Both of them in Japanese, we say kyoso. Co-creation is kyoso and competition is kyoso as well, but using different kanji characters, of course. But co-creation and competition should be a kind of the two sides of the paper, two sides of one thing. So this is another big keywords for innovation with society. Anyhow, what we are dealing with in this webinar is these keywords. And at the center, the title of this conference is here. And I really love the title of this conference. So let me move on to what the second topic, what should we do in general. I'm not giving you any specific approach for our countermeasure towards this movement. So to get along with this movement towards innovation with society, for us, it is essential to understand these things, such as others. Not only you, but others. But if understanding others is important, of course, it is really important for us to understand ourselves. What I really want, what I really can do, and what role I should take in this specific environment, and so on. And the third one is another general important thing, the way to work together. For example, how to start and keep communicating with others. Just say hello is sufficient, or just asking others' name, it doesn't seem sufficient. But what other activities are required there? So how to have dialogue with newcomers, how to share works, and before that, how to share your perspectives of your purposes, and what for each to get, because if you can set up win-win-win situation, it would be hard for you to keep the good co-creation environment. And to do so, sometimes you need to be generous. You need to give some of your knowledge, some of your resources to others to keep working together. So how much to be generous is really serious question. And how much allowance you can have in communication with others. Allowance is how much, again, the generosity in your understanding and generosity in spending your energy and so on. So this is the essential activities we should take in understanding the involvement of co-creation. So in general, again, so we need to change our attitude, because before, okay, let's say 20 years ago, as a researcher, for example, researcher at a corporate research department, I should have only focused on my research and focused on the benefit of my company. Or if I were a researcher at the university, what I need to focus on is my research, my paper, my publications, the work with my senior professors, and so on. But these days, we need to widen our perspective. Not only your senior professor, but also you need to work with the professor in other disciplines, or you need to work together with some people from marketing department of industry, or sometimes you need to talk to the civil servants from the governmental side, or something like that. So we'd better change our attitude in understanding our daily life, in a sense. So for creation, in a sense, what we need to do is to use our eyes, our brains, our arms, our legs, our bodies, and so on, work together with others' eyes, brains, limbs, bodies, and so on. So to do so, if you just recognize other people only with some contours, some silhouette like this, without recognizing their faces in details, their appearances in details, like does he put on some jacket of gray color or red cardigan or something? You can't work together with them. So what we need to have is the perspective of societal system, to look at society or your environment with a kind of structured framework. This becomes a must for us to have. So if you can have some framework to understand your environment, your society, you can see, okay, there should be some ladies, some gentlemen, and these players should be categorized based on their colors of their garments and so on. This is a kind of structured framework to understand these people. So, and some are also not only the appearance, but also you need to understand their dynamics, what kind of attitude they would have, what kind of next action she needs to take in her own society, in her nation, for example, or in her business sector of material science or material manufacturing or something like that. So you need to have a kind of frameworks to understand these things, not only the people, but also their background, the industrial sectors, their countries, their regions, their disciplines in academic world, and so on. So this is what we are asked. Sometimes people would say it's like you are asked to learn anatomy to look at human bodies. But anatomy to look at human body is to make your body right, make your body function in right way, in a right way. But what we like to get as a framework to look at our environment is not make it right, but work together by understanding your environment further and to know the movement, how you can accommodate yourself into that environment and so on. So looking at others' body with anatomy has some similar points, but a little bit different anyhow. So here I have picked three major issues for us when we want to go forward toward the direction of innovation with society. So first one is, the first issue is that there are so wide and vague variation of others. So far, I have kept saying that we need to work with others. But who are others? And what they are doing, in what environment, and in what dynamics. And second issue is, okay, there is rather vague understanding of oneself. If someone here are specialized in business management, you can easily understand the serious issue of misunderstanding of yourself as a company. In business management, the first important step is to understand your company. But sometimes when we talk about open innovation or innovation with society, this point, the point of the oneself understanding is missed. Most people have satisfied with their current understanding themselves. But when I ask them, okay, what you really want to do at the end of, not only at the end of the day, but in 5 years period, they will say, oh, I just want to contribute to the climate change or something. Not practically specialized, not practically defined. So that kind of vague understanding of oneself should be overcome. And the third issue is lacking awareness of openness and others and dynamics. Sometimes, yeah, I will touch upon these points later in detail, but sometimes we talk about open innovation and people are really like to be open. But what is the openness of open innovation? If I ask this question to my student in a class of 40 or 40 students in my class or so, I suppose only 2 or 3 students would give me a kind of sufficient concept, sufficient answers. As you see like it, it's rather complicated, not complicated, but rather vague concept, this openness. Okay, so these 3 have been picked up by myself for this occasion of this webinar as the 3 major issues. There should be other issues, of course, but you can ask you can ask questions of other issues later in your questions in chat box. Okay, let me start from the first the valuation, too much valuation of others. So for example, if you as a university need to start thinking of co-creation partners for a specific co-creation, such as the geo-fiber, the geo-based fibers in the construction of feed, like the previous great lecturer. So what kind of partners you should start looking at? You may say, okay, company, government. What else? So I can show you this list. Of course, first of all, if it's a topic of material science, you need to start from the Procter & Gamble, for example, or Asahi Kasei in Japan, or so on. But you may be also required to look at some SMEs in a specialized area and some industry association for region or sector of material science should be another potential prospective partners, or agriculture association or other educational institute, some universities in Japan, universities in China, in United States, UK, for example, in South Africa, Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, and so on and on and on. And of course, the ministries in government. Again, some of you put on your mic. So would you mute it? I'm still hearing it. Thank you very much. Yeah, it stops. Thank you. Okay, there are another government organizations, tech lab, research lab, funding agency, etc., or regional government, PP-like organizations, and the Chamber of Commerce in your region, regional banks, etc., etc., etc. And not only limited to this list. Even when you look at larger companies, you need to be careful about whom you are talking to. Is she top executive? Is she from human resource division? Is she from engineering department? And so on and on. So this kind of valuation of others should be considered. So it's a kind of tough work. It's sweatshop-like work. But once you know this kind of list, it's easy. Just check. Do I need to look at larger companies? No, not on this specific topic. Or do I need to look at PPP-like organization? Maybe, but very specific one. So if you have your the key terms like the new fiber for construction materials, so it might be rather easy for you to pick up some specific PPP organization from your society or from Japanese society or so on. So let me give you some example. When I discuss about energy usage with Swedish researchers, first of all, we are awed again by the difference of energy industry in Sweden and in Japan. For example, the topic itself is shared. The renewable energy should be 100% in several decades, I would say, and high consumption should be kept with low emissions. This is ideal purpose, objective, shared between Sweden and Japan, and of course with Philippines. But when we look at their energy resources, they said wind power is more than 10% of all power generation, even though in Japan it's only 0.7%. And when we talk about green energy resources, they picked up body heat. Are you in Philippines would assume that body heat as the energy resources? Maybe not. Maybe because, like in Japan, Philippines has rather hotter climate. But in Sweden, where the colder climate are popular, of course, the body heat is another very important resources of energy. So it's really new idea, new viewpoints for me. And when I look at the structure of the renewable energy share in the whole energy consumption, I'm surprised. I was surprised because the energy, renewable energy is more than half, even though in Japan, it's only around 10%. And I think in Philippines, your situation is really similar with Japan. We are in a kind of peers. So if you look at Philippine energy situation compared with Japanese energy situation, so here is the Japanese energy, the power supply, the shares like a coal, about a water, LNG, natural gas, more than 35%, and the renewable is about less than quarter. And in your case, I haven't checked recently, but the chart looks similar, but a little bit more coal, and but in general, it looks same in Philippines as well. So, but this kind of differences of others. Right now, I'm talking about other countries, but sometimes or when we look at other regions, our industrial sector, other research disciplines, we need to understand this kind of background situations. And okay, and other dynamics. Okay, when we look at some countries and like to know their dynamics, this is a basic framework developed by myself because I have been working with many other countries, not only in Asia, in Africa, but also in Europe, United States, in Africa, and the Mediterranean, Central Asia, and so on. So every time when I start working with other countries to create something together, I checked these things. It looks like just a kind of Wikipedia pages, but it's really important. For example, if their geography is landlocked or archipelago like Philippines and Japan and ocean fronts like Vietnam and so on, or as we have already discussed about Sweden, the climate differences are also another big factor when we look at the dynamics of other players like country. For example, it's very popular for us in Philippines and in Japan to have really hard rainings like 100 millimeters in a day, something like that. But in some country in the world, their annual precipitation should be just around 100 millimeters. So to under that condition, the people's understanding, people's consideration for the next step, and so on should be different, of course. But that kind of dynamics, the essential elements of their dynamics should be understood or at least checked for us to construct our assumptions, our assumption to understand their situation. So the next issue, understanding oneself. So what approach you, a university, would take to understand yourself? First of all, are you assuming your university as educators? Or are you assuming PUP as researchers? Or are you assuming PUP is university in a kind of social standpoint, a social existence in your society? Which one you are thinking of? And also, for what purpose you want to understand, you want to get involved in co-creation with society. So job opportunities for students, for research students, job opportunities for students who have just learned something out of your lectures, or you want to consider your brand in the world, or you want to establish more reputation of your university in, for example, Asian countries or in European countries, or you, as a researcher, of course, as a researcher, you just want to find out a new field to apply your research. I'm not saying that this very limited purpose is not good. No, I'm not saying that. But you need to check what is your purpose to work on innovation with society. So you want to get some additional resources as an educator to have some good overhead projectors in every small rooms for students, every dormitory rooms for students, or any other the equipment for your research, or some monetary funding, or you just want to have some spaces to do athletic exercise, and so on. And you really want to have some insight on your research or on your education or your role as a society member. So what kind of insight would you like? So, or would you like to have some opportunity to explicitly support your society? So I ask you sometime when I start discussing the academic people or university as for the innovation with society, I ask them, okay, just describe me your purpose in a short sentence. And actually, when I started working with University of Tokyo to develop some kind of their strategy toward innovation with society, I asked the professor in charge this short sentence description. But then what he had given me is too general in a sense, or too many objectives, research excellence, good education, and good reputation in society, and so on. So the next of my question was, okay, would you prioritize these many objectives, many purposes? So in this way, sometimes, especially in case of university, I should say the purpose or yourself, the understanding yourself tend to be vague because in the business side, if you are in business side, you need to describe yourself clearly in your strategy. But in university case, especially in Japan, I should say, they are not familiar with strategy development. Of course, in the United States and the United Kingdom, the strategy development at the university is a must. So they are familiar with that kind of activities. But in other countries, including Japan, the strategic thinking, I should say, is not popular among university guys. I don't know the situation in Philippines, but I suggest you to check your situation. So, and another checkpoint is to whom, no, what do you want to offer to society and to whom you want to offer the what? I mean, the what like this. The education, research, others, or you want to serve global society, local society, industry, or community in your society, and so on. So, okay, the third issue is awareness of openness, others, and okay, let's see, and openness and others. So some of you may have seen this chart. This is from European Union's Open Innovation Strategy, published in 2013, 8 years ago. And this is describing the evolution of innovation. And there are several steps of innovation. And we are in the third level, innovation networks, ecosystems, multilateral view in society. So we have been in this view already about a little bit less than 10 years. But even then, even these days, sometimes I talk about open innovation. Some people put focus on the first open innovation, the second stage of this chart, open innovation only with extended view of a corporate. So I don't have enough time to explain this further, but this is our situation. So the multilateral relationship with other players is the key. But my question is, how many of the people there have got awareness of this openness. And the openness and others, the key point is to share a common view and understanding among players. But sometimes people don't understand the importance of dialogue. Dialogue is the way where we can have neither one way or nor bilateral, but bilateral togetherness. So it's really different from debate and discussion. But we need to make people aware of this kind of importance. Oops. Sorry, what's happening? Oops. Okay. The dynamics is in open innovation or in the world of innovation with society. We need to understand evolutionary process. So we are not dealing only with an established system or technology. We are working through or running in the experiment-based process with a variety of people in an ever-changing world where failure is not a failure, but a great opportunity to get new learning for the next steps. So this kind of understanding should be assumption which we should have in the innovation with society world. So the issue is how we can make people get aware of this kind of dynamics. So some possible approach by university with these three issues. The first one is put focus on awareness in innovation education. In innovation education these days, the people around the world have already started working on knowledge and skill for innovation and offering practice and experience in real world to get some good idea what is innovation and the process toward it. So I believe that many universities there is already working in this education, like the management course or entrepreneurship subject course and so on. But we tend to miss the third element yet. The third element is awareness and mindset for social open innovation, societal open innovation, as I just explained in the previous slide. So how other countries, how other sectors, how other regions, how other peoples are working for what purposes, with what kind of resources, and how your country, how your sector, or your region is working, and what difference are there between you and others, and so on and on. So I would say we have already dealt with the knowledge and skills for your brain, practice and experience for your hands, but we need to put more focus on awareness and mindset for our hearts. So this is the possible approach as an education entity. And okay, this is just for your reference. To raise awareness, I tend to use these three A's: approach, attention, and attitude. But this is too detailed. So the second possible approach is work on innovation ecosystem. When we said innovation ecosystem, it's rather vague. So let me just explain. There are three types of innovation ecosystem. The future center is to create some hypotheses. And innovation center is to make or test a prototype. And living lab is to try the prototype in a pilot test with society. So this is three types of innovation ecosystem. And if you have some specific research topic, you can use your expertise in creating hypotheses at Future Center or Innovation Center to make a prototype or test at the living lab. So this is the possible approach for you as to take as a research entity mainly. So you need to think about which the ecosystem you like to working with. The third possible approach is promote innovation as an entrepreneur. So let me clarify. For your university to promote innovation as an entrepreneur. So this entrepreneur, this term was coined by Japanese and some other researchers in 1995, and in comparison with entrepreneur or intrapreneur, the internal entrepreneur, it works mainly for public interest, not for yourself, not only for your company, but for the society as a whole. So as a result, your the innovation at the end of the day should be socially driven, and you need to work in a way of in the world where boundary is rather permeable, transparent, I should say. So sometimes this could be for you university to take as a public entity, because university are looked as a public entity. It's easier for you to be a kind of free agent among a variety of players. So this is another potential approach for you. So this is the last slide from me. When I start thinking about this topic for this conference at PUP, I thought, oh, the Philippines has great potential toward this direction, much greater potential than Japan, unfortunately for me. And this judgment is only based on my personal observation, personal experiences with Philippines, mainly on this one case. I have been in Philippines to look around one big national project conducted by DTI of Philippine government and JICA of Japan. And that the project was named National Industry Cluster Capacity Enhancement Project, NICEP, we called it. And there are 27, 26, 25, I forgot, 20-something projects all around Philippines, where many players over there just congregate, come together to think about what topics should we take. And in some cases, university did take lead. In some projects, the local government took lead. And in some others, local industry people took lead. And from Japan, we worked to share the basic understanding of co-creation and some practical useful tools to think, to consider together, work together, and just support something, then some information and so on. And DTI had provided some budget to each of these clusters, and the project ended 2016 or something. But basically, most of these clusters were evaluated as successful. And looking around these clusters, what I was impressed was how you people are good at working with openness. you are easy to start some chatting, share some your ideas and so on. Much better than Japanese people, I would say, unfortunately. So even in Japan, we had some cluster, industrial cluster development, the activities all around in Japan, but the success rate was, I assume, much lower than in Philippines. So from this observation, I believe you have great potential toward this innovation with society direction. So this is my presentation, and let me conclude my webinar with this statement. Promoting dynamics among a variety of players in society is not easy, of course. And it sometimes seems a work of artistic ability, some kind of serendipity. But in most of the time, in most cases, it is okay. It is of some kind of serendipity, but not serendipity only from the heaven, but serendipity out of blue-headed, feet on the street activities of yours. And I look forward to working with you in Philippines toward some SDGs topics or some innovations, some new values for your society in Philippines and for our society in Japan and for the world. Thank you for your attendance, and I will be open to your questions if I can have some more minutes. Back to you, Joshi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
So let us check whether there are questions. I think there was one. Ma'am, the question is from Iris Peggy Flores. During the pandemic, how this affect the innovation in society? Is there any increase in collaboration or creations between the different sectors of the society, and etc.?
Okay, thank you very much. Very good question. And yes, in a sense, the pandemic has forced us to understand the meaning of our health sector, the presence of our health sector, the medical people, our health support, governmental system, and so on. In that sense, that understanding have led to some new activities from ITC area, for example, because in the past, the health-oriented application is a kind of just peripheral matters for us. But these days, we have understood that, okay, health security is really important for us. So ITC people start working on some new new concept, new values for health sectors, and at the end of the day, at the end of everything, it would give us some benefit. It would give us some benefit in Japanese or world society. So this is one typical situation we have observed through the pandemic.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question. Many people, organizations, whether academe or private sector, have changed in perspective and paradigm because of the present situation around the world. What is your take on having a tactical approach rather than a long-term societal plan? How does this affect the SDGs?
Okay. very practically saying, I think this pandemic has given us very good opportunity to strengthen this tactical approach, I should say, even in short term, because we have found out that this online communication could be very beneficial. So we can connect to other countries like this webinar very easily. And for example, myself, even though I have visited many countries in a year to discuss many things and so on, and I had already used Slack and the WhatsApp and the so on before the pandemic. These days, it's awesome to realize that, okay, today I have a meeting with the UK, and tomorrow I will have meeting with Egypt, and today, the next day I will have a conference in Philippines, and so on and on and on. So this situation has forced us to widen our perspective. So this is the positive impact which we can get even toward SDGs.
Thank you, ma'am. Back to you. I think there's another.
Oops, longer one.
It's a longer. Higher education is currently confronted by global forces that necessitate quality innovation research, quality innovation pedagogies, and quality organization management through the development of cultural quality. Asian University Network, CHED, initiates a mechanism towards a culture quality. And it was a good idea to study academic ventures. Okay. So I think that's a good opportunity for us to collaborate with your group, ma'am, with regards to the possible future research collaborations in terms of technology innovation and also other things that really relates the enhancement of our resiliency and sustainability in a global community in this pandemic situation. Thank you, Ma'am Sato. Thank you, Miss Chi Sato. So now we will be going to
Okay,
give
can
you
I have the
yes,
yeah?
ma'am.
Can I have the last comment? The
Yes.
last the appreciation for the last comment. Thank you very much for the very positive comment to my webinar. And actually, I have been doing this kind of education toward innovation with society in Japan and in other countries. I have already have several courses toward that. So if you are interested in this direction, so it would be great honor for me to work with you. It would be another co-creation between Japan and the Philippines, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Darrell?
Let's proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Sato.
Oh.
This certificate of recognition is awarded to Ms. Chi Sato in grateful acknowledgement of her distinguished and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker at the first virtual international conference on humanities, education, science, and 2021 with the theme Accelerating Research for Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the Midst of the Pandemic, held on 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom, signed by Professor Dr. Elmer De Jose, the Dean of the Graduate School of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, Dean and Faculty of Technology, University Board Member of Banlang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz, the overall conference chair and president of MRSPNCR chapter. Again, thank you, Ms. Chi Sato, for that wonderful message.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. May I call on the attention once again of Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo, the Vice Chair for Webinars of Ichesmet 2021, to introduce us to our third speaker.
Ma'am Joy, you're on mute.
Good morning once again. So our third speaker for this morning has many roster of degrees in his sleeves. So our next speaker is a graduate of Master of Science or a doctorate degree in computer science from Baratyar University, awarded in 2018. He also has earned his PhD in mathematics at Kerala University, a Master of Technology in Information Technology from Karnataka State Open University, and MCA, ADCA, and PGDCA degree or certification from Indira Gandhi National Open University. Also a certificate in computing from the same university. A master in mathematics from Kerala University, a bachelor in education in mathematics, and a master of science in mathematics from Kerala University. He has teaching experience since 1987 and have different research guideships to all university in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, and in the APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University. He is also has number of PhD students taking up in the MG University, and has produced 2 PhD graduates. So our speaker has different research capabilities in the areas of graph theory and fuzzy graph, fuzzy modeling and decision making, and the fuzzy data mining, neural network, and the history of mathematics. He has different titles to his name in his PhD thesis in mathematics, and also different thesis in computer science. He has different projects to his name. To name a few, it's the first one is a fuzzy modeling of flood alarm and simulation, which is a case study from the selected sites of Kerala, India. Principal investigator, and he has also have a university grant sponsored by the University Commission from September 2012 to February 2014. He is currently, or he has been a head of the Department of Mathematics of the KE College, Manaman, Koyatam, Kerala, India, and have had or been different chair of different conferences, as well as speaker from of the different conventions. So he also is a placement director of the KE College of Manamam, and have different trainings and programs that he have attended. So ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, who is a PhD mathematics and a PhD computer science degree holder, and a principal, a professor and dean of research of the Jyoti Engineering College, Jyoti Hills, Panjal, Kerala, India. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Sunny Joseph Kalayan Tangkal. Sir?
Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
I will share my slide. Can you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I start my, what's the time, 45 minutes or 30
Yes,
minutes?
sir.
40 minutes, okay. Good morning to all. My name is Dr. Sunny Joseph Kalayatangal, Principal Professor and Dean of Research in Jodhi Engineering College. My topic is fuzzy modeling and decision-making applications in the real world. In our daily life, we frequently deal with vague or imprecise information. Information available is sometimes vague, sometimes inexact or incorrect, or sometimes inefficient. Nowadays, the fuzzy logic has been increasingly used in decision-making process. So many people, so many researchers are applied fuzzy logic in decision-making. Information available is on the basis of some criteria, and the criterion values are not crisp but fuzzy sets. For the last few decades, fuzzy logic has been increasingly used in the computer modeling research or mathematical modeling research. Since Sade, 1965, published the fuzzy set theory as an extension of classic set theory, it has been widely used in many fields of application, such as pattern recognition, data analysis, software engineering, and system control, etc. This is Sade. He is an electrical engineer. He published the first paper in fuzzy set theory. In 1965, he published the first paper. The unique characteristic of fuzzy set theory, in contrast to classic mathematics, is its operation on various membership functions instead of the crisp real values of the variables. That is main central point. That is the central point of fuzzy set theory is the membership function. Then what is a model? Model is a representation of reality. Model is a representation of reality. It is not the real thing. It mimics something. So mathematical model is an abstract model that uses mathematical languages to describe the behavior of the system. Any real system can be converted into mathematical model. Converted into mathematical modeling. Mathematical modeling is a mechanism involving equations and boundary conditions or algorithms for the system, physical, biological, or social, including their respective environments. This is an example figure of a mathematical modeling cycle. There is any real world problem. Simplify into real model. There is any real world problem. For example, air pollution problem, water problem, flood prediction problem, rainfall problem, any problem can be image processing problem. Any problem can be converted into a real model. Then abstract and converted into mathematical model. A real model can be converted into mathematical model. Then numerically calculate and conclusions are interpreted the results. Also, the mathematical model can be converted into programs, computer model, and simulate the model and also arrive at a conclusion of the real world problem. So this is a mathematical modeling cycle of process. Then this is the information flow in fuzzy computing model. Fuzzy computing model, the inputs are inputs from real world data. All the inputs are crisp data. Crisp value means 30 degree, 40 degree, 50 degree, 30, 40, 50, 60, etc. 100, 2000, 3000. All these values are crisp values. That is, all the real world data are crisp. That crisp value can be converted into fuzzy values. That process is known as fuzzification. The crisp value can be converted into fuzzy values is known as fuzzification. After fuzzification process, that crisps to fuzzy. Fuzzy means the value lies between 0 and 1. That is 0.6, 0.5, 0.7, etc. So inputs are converted into fuzzy. The process is fuzzification. After fuzzification process, the fuzzy computing model will process this data and produce some output. output is in terms of crisp or in terms of fuzzy. Suppose the output is in terms of fuzzy, again fuzzy value can be converted into crisp values. That process is known as defussification. Actually, defussification is a converse of fussification. It's a converse of fussification. In fussification, crisp to fuzzy process. Then defussification, fuzzy to crisp. That is defussification. In fuzzy computing model, fuzzy processing model, only three main streams are there. One is fussification, and then another is fuzzy computing process, then defussification. This is the information flow in fuzzy computing model, information flow in fuzzy computing model. This is an example of a fuzzy set, very simple definition. Let X be a universal set. Then the function, the membership function, mu of A is a mapping from mu of A capital X to closed interval 0. We know that closed interval 0 means there are infinitely many real numbers between 0 and 1. That is closed interval means fuzzy, the starting value is 0 and the ending value is 1. The fuzzy value, the starting value is 0, and the ending value is 1. And also so many values in between 0 and 1 also. That is 0.111, 0.135, so many values. That is, there are many infinitely real numbers in between 0 and 1. 0 and 1 are very important. That is two state devices. Only 0 is absent and 1 is present. 0 is absent and 1 is present. 0 is the success, 0 is the failure, and 1 is the success. In two state devices, 0 is off. In electric switching network, 0 is off, and 1 is on. In Boolean algebra, this is called 1 is called true and 0 is called false. That is, any device which give the two state devices is called two state device, two states. That is where 0, 1 denotes the interval of real numbers between from 0 to 1 inclusive. Such a function is called membership function, and the set defined by it is called fuzzy sets. This is an example of a fuzzy set. Capital X, X, Y, Z, U, V, and mapping capital X to either membership value capital X to 0.4, capital Y to 0.6, and capital Z to 0.5, and capital U to 0.7, and capital V equal to 1. This is an example of a fuzzy set. This is another example. There are 5 locations are there: L1, L2, L3, L4, L5. The 4 parameters: wind speed, wind direction, humidity, and surface pressure. These are the parameter values: 0.7, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, etc. So many values. In fuzzy set theory, all the values rise between 0 and 1, including 0 and 1 also. This is basic definitions. I'm not going into the details. A and B are two fuzzy sets. Then A complement is equal to 1 minus of membership value. Suppose the membership value is 0.6. What about 1 minus 0.6 is 0.4. The A intersection means the A and B are two fuzzy sets. Then the intersection is the minimum of the membership value. Then union is the maximum of the membership value. Intersection is the minimum and union is the maximum of the membership value. So H of A is the supremum. H of A means the height of the fuzzy set. The height of the fuzzy set is equal to 1. That is supremum. Supremum means in mathematical sense the maximum of the membership value. The maximum of the supremum of the set and the maximum of the membership value. So H of A is the height of the fuzzy set. A fuzzy set A is called normal. H of A is equal to 1. It is called subnormal if H of A is less than 1. Suppose the membership value, suppose A is a fuzzy set. If the membership, any element of membership value is 1, so it is called a normal fuzzy set. It is called a subnormal when H of A is less than. H of A is equal to less than. That is the subnormal fuzzy set. This is an example. Here A is one fuzzy set, B is another fuzzy set. A bar is equal to 1 minus A, 1 minus 0.4, that is 0.6. 1 minus 0.6, that is 0.4. 1 minus 0.5, that is 0.5. 1 minus 0.7, that is 0.3. 1 minus 1 is 0, which is not in the set. Because 0, we cannot acknowledge 0 in the fuzzy set, 0 value. Because no 0 means it's absent, failure, no value. So A intersection B is the minimum. 0.4, 0.3, minimum is 0.3. If it takes the minimum, that is 0.6. 0.5 is the minimum, 0.5 is the minimum, 0.4 is the minimum. So next is the maximum. It takes the maximum, we get 0.4 by x, etc., something like this. I'm not going the details of this. I will introduce a simple model. First, I introduce a very simple model. fuzzy approach of SLCM selection. SLCM means the software lifecycle model selection. There are so many software life cycles are available in software engineering. That is, software development is an important task in software engineering. The selection of a suitable model over the list of all possible models available in software engineering depends on the efficiency and aptness to complete the desired project. Here, first I introduce a very simple model based on the fuzzy set theory. Very simple model based on fuzzy set theory. Here, 5 models. Here we take 5 models in software engineering: waterfall model, incremental model, V model, spiral model, evolutionary prototyping model. So many models are available in software engineering. So many models. Here we take only 5 models only. Takes only 5 models. Then what else? 1999 initiated the concept of soft set theory as a new mathematical tool for dealing with uncertainties. That is, new tool for dealing with uncertainties. That is, f of c is called a soft set of h, where f is a mapping from c to r of h, where r of h be the set of all subsets of a universal set capital H, and c is a collection of real value variables. And I'm not going to the details of a c subset. For example, at h is equal to omega 1, omega 2, omega 3, omega 5 be the 5 SLCM models in software engineering. C is equal to gamma 1 to gamma 4 be the parameters. Then suppose that f of gamma 1 is omega 1, omega 2, omega 4, etc. I'm going to not go. This is an example of a soft set. Soft set contains only 2 elements, 0 or 1. Every element of a soft set is 0 or 1. That is only 2 states only. That is 1 or 0. That is 1 or 0. 1 is present, 0 is absent. Or true or false. That is 2 states only. There are so many uncertainties that exist in soft set theory. Lot of uncertainties exist in soft set theory. This is mainly because this theory applied in practical problems that deals with the 2-state devices only. Only 2-state devices. To avoid this problem, PKMG-ETL introduced 2001 introduced the concept of fuzzy subset theory, which also deals with the uncertainty, uncertainties. That f of c is called a fuzzy subset of h, where f is a mapping c of to r of h, where r of h be the set of all fuzzy sets of the universal set capital S. This is an example of fuzzy subset. If you see the table, every element between 0 and 1. 0 is also there and 1 is also there, 0.85, 0.23, 0.92. We know that there are infinitely many real numbers in between 0 and 1. Infinitely many real numbers between 0 and 1. In this table, omega ij corresponding to wij corresponding to omega I and parameter gamma j, where omega ij equal to membership value omega I in f of gamma j, the ijth entry of the corresponding matrix. The ijth entry, the omega 1 corresponding to gamma 1 is 0.85. Omega 1 corresponding to gamma 2 is 0.23, etc. This is the ijth omega ij equal to ijth omega I equal to ijth entry of the omega ij equal to the ijth entry of the corresponding matrix. Then we define another definition, E-bank. E-bank is a square matrix. That's also a square matrix. Entries omega ij or wij equal to number of attributes for which the membership value omega I exceeds or equal to the membership value omega j. That is the basic calculation, computational procedure of E-bank. Computational procedure of E-bank. That is the number of attributes for which the membership value omega I exceeds or equal to the membership value of omega j. Omega j that is equal to this. Omega ij is greater than or equal to 0. I equal to j, omega ij equal to omega ij equal to j, omega j equal to n. 0 less than to omega ij less than to 1. N is the number of parameters of number of attributes or number of parameters of the system. That is equal to omega ij, where n is equal to the number of attributes of the system. Then next definition is the model factor. Model factor is defined as ERI equal to sigma j equal to 1 to n omega ij. Not afraid about this definition. This is equal to the raw sum. This is the raw sum. This E-bank contains so many rows and so many columns. E-bank contains so many rows and columns, so many columns. So this is the raw sum. Then param factor, PRA j equal to sigma equal to 1 to wij or omega ij. This is a column sum. This is the column sum and this is the row sum. This is the column sum and this is the row sum. Then efficiency indicator EI is defined as EI equal to ERI minus VRJ. That is the row sum minus column sum. That is the row sum minus column sum. That is equal to efficiency indicator. So this is the algorithm. This is the algorithm. The selection of models, identify the parameters, compute the fuzzy soft set, compute the E-bank, calculation of ERI and PRJ, estimation of efficiency indicator, construction of ERI and PRJ optimization table, identification of SLCM selection from the optimization table. The 5 important models are spiral model, V model, evolutionary prototyping model, incremental model, and waterfall model, which are denoted by omega 1, omega 2, omega 3, omega 4, omega 5. Omega 5. The 3 main criteria: people, process, and technical. Here we consider 5 models in software engineering. And 3 main criteria are people, process, and technical. The 12 parameters of above 3 criteria are better manageability, user involvement and feedback, cost, complexity, criticability, flexibility, etc. I'm not going. Here we consider 5 models and 12 parameters. These are the table from collected data. These are the table from collected data. That is, 5 models are here, 5 models, and here 12 parameters. Next, we calculate the E-bank. That is, how will you calculate the E-bank? Here the 12 parameters are there. In 5 models are there. 5 models, we get the E-bank 5 by 5 matrix. 5 by 5 matrix. A square matrix contains 5 rows and 5 columns. All the diagonal elements are always equal to 12. That means all the diagonal elements is equal to number of parameters or attributes of the system. All the diagonal elements is equal to 12. Then how will you calculate? How will you get this 4? How will you calculate this 4? That is omega 1 and omega 2, we get 4. Omega 1, the thing is the basic principle is compare omega 1 and omega 2. Compare omega 1 and omega 2, we get 4. So in the previous table, compare omega 1 and omega 2. This is the principle is the number of parameters greater than or equal to omega 1 and compare omega 1 and omega 2 means the number of parameters of the first row is greater than or equal to the second row. The number of parameters of omega 1 is greater than or equal to omega 2 and count 1. This is some basic principle from operation research. That is the dominance theory. One game theory. One person is dominated by other. One game is dominated by other. So one row is dominated by other. This is the basic principle from dominance theory. The principle is known as dominance theory from operation research. So here compare omega 1 and omega 2, first row and second row. Compare 0.7, 0.6. 0.7 is greater than 0.6, so count 1. This is not possible. This is possible. 0.8 is equal to 0.8, count 2. Here not possible. Here possible. 0.8 is greater than 0.7, count 3. Here not possible. Here possible. Count is 4. 3 plus 1, 4. No other possibilities are there. So we get what? We get 4. Similarly, calculating other rows also. Compare omega 1 and omega 3, we get 2. Compare omega 1 and omega 4, we get 4. Compare omega 1 and omega 5, we get 10. The number of parameters greater than or equal to. That is the basic principle. So take the row sum. Take the row sum. 12 plus 4, 16, 18, 28, plus 10, 38. Therefore, first row sum is 38. First column sum, 12 plus 9, 21. 31, 32, 35, 39. So row sum is 38, column sum is 39. So take the another table. Here, omega 1, MF, row sum is 38, column sum is 39. So 38 minus 39 is minus 1. Similarly, second row sum is 47, second column sum is 34, 13. Similarly, third row sum is 58 minus 21 is 39. Compare the efficiency indicator. The highest value present is 37. That is the third row. The highest value is present in the third row. That is 37. So the optimum decision is the highest value is 37, second highest is 30. So we get omega 3 is greater than omega 2, greater than omega 1, greater than omega 5, greater than omega 4. So evolutionary prototyping is greater than V model, greater than spiral model, greater than waterfall model, greater than incremental model. So the best model is available is evolutionary prototyping model. This is the graph collected, fuzzy soft set from collected data, fuzzy soft set from collected data. This is the optimization of SLCM selection, graph corresponding to the optimization of SLCM selection. Then the experiment and analysis is the model param ratio is the cumulative impact and it has the following properties. The model param ratio is greater than 1 when the attributes of the system affects the model. One is greater than 1, another is less than 1, not affected, another is equal to 1, then the attributes of the system minimally affected. The previous table, this is 58 divided by 21 is greater than 1, so the affects the model. 38 is nearly equal to 39, minimally affected. 30 by 49 is less than 1, so not affected. So there are three possibilities. The model param ratio is greater than 1, affects the model, less than 1, not affect the model, equal to 1, minimally affected. So our next model, this model is based on only fuzzy values. This is only a single parameter, that is the fuzzy value, the membership value. Next model will give so many parameters. If you increase the parameter, then the system will complex. So suppose the membership value is 0.6. What about 1 minus 0.6? There are 60% of chance of training success and 40% of chance of no success, failure. So which is the uncertainty part? That is the complementary part. So the next model will solve the uncertainty and demerits of the fuzzy subset model. Fuzzy subset model. That is, this model contains mainly 3 parameters. That is the definition of induced fuzzy set. Atanaso in 1985 introduced induced fuzzy set, defined as C is equal to mu of C of Z, V of C Z. Both the value lies between 0 and mu C, and VC also lies between 0 and 1. Mu C is called the membership value. First value is called the membership value. Second value is called the non-membership value. Non-membership value. So the parameter is membership value, non-membership value. That is 0 less than or equal to membership plus non-membership less than or equal to 1. Pi of C is equal to 1 minus membership minus non-membership. That's also less than 1. Less than or equal to 1. So this model contains, induced fuzzy set model contains 3 parameters. One is membership, another is non-membership, and the third part is called indeterminist part. That is the indeterminist part. This is an example of induced fuzzy set. This is 0.85 is the membership value. 0.1 is the non-membership value. So 1 minus 0.85 minus 0.1. The maximum is 1. The sum is always equal to 1. The maximum value of membership value is 1. So 1 minus 0.85 minus 0.1 equal to 0.05. That is the third part. That is the indeterminist part. That is the indeterminate. This is an example of induced fuzzy set. Induced fuzzy set is contains, that is 2 elements. That is membership and non-membership. First part is membership value. Second part is non-membership value. Third part is also there, indeterminate part. Next, in 2000, the non-membership value is calculated by this formula. Then next is the important of membership grade is in different situations. That is, one parameter is important for one location situation, and it may be unimportant for another situation. So we need a generalization of induced fuzzy subsets, which is called ordered induced fuzzy subset, introduced by me and my guide in 2007. In 2000, I have introduced ordered induced fuzzy set. The situation important parameters are termed as weighted indices. If the weighted indices are unity, then the ordered induced fuzzy set subset coincide with induced fuzzy set. Actually, ordered induced fuzzy set subset is the generalization of induced fuzzy subset. Is the generalization of induced fuzzy subset. This is the definition. This is the definition. That is omega 1, omega 2. Omega 1 is this, omega 2 is this. When omega 1 and omega 2 equal to 1, this is called induced fuzzy subset. That is membership value mu O and Q are 2. O is an ordered induced fuzzy set. Mu O of is raised to omega 1. Mu O of is raised to 1. This is the membership value. This is the non-membership value. And this is the indeterminate part of ordered induced indeterminate part. Both are same. Omega 1 and omega 2 is equal to 1. Omega 1 and omega 2 is equal to 1. This is called induced fuzzy subset. Omega 1 and omega 2 is equal to, this is called induced fuzzy set. 0 less than or equal to. mu O of Z less than membership plus non-member less than equal to 1. The definition is same as inductive forces of Z. But the difference is rise to the omega 1, two weight, omega 1 and omega 2 are called weighted indices. That is weighted indices. If these weighted indices are unity, then this is coincide with inductive forces. Another important definition, super inductive forces. Super ordered inductive forces. That is always good. Super means so. Ordered inductive. That is the first membership value is always 1. Other two parts are 0. That is super inductive forces. That is the membership value is equal to 1. This is 1. The first part is 1, second part 0, third part also 0. That is 100% success. There is no failure. No failure. 100% success. That the God is a super orientation forces. In terms of real world terms, God is that is 100% success. Other no failure. That is known as, this is known as super inductive forces. Then next is null inductive forces. Null means the first part is 0, the second part is 1, the third part is 0. Compare these two definitions. First part is 1, this is ordered, super, this is super, this is null. This is super, compare this, this is 1, this is 0. This is 0, this is 1. Then this is 0, both in both of them. Therefore, actually, this is actually converse. Super, super, the converse of super is null. The converse of null is what super. Converse null is what super. This is this. Then next we define the similarity measures between two ordered inductive forces. Similarity measure, that is capital gamma R1, omega 1, omega 2, omega 3, omega 4 are the indices. Similarity measure is actually a measure between two ordered inductive forces. Measure or distance or something like this between two ordered inductive. That is defined as, first formula is 1 minus 1 by 2m into delta. 1 minus 1 by 2m into delta. That is the first formula. Then delta is equal to the sum of these three terms. Delta 1 plus delta 2 plus delta 3. What about the delta 1? Don't afraid about the notation. Delta 1 is equal to mu of omega 1, mu of q, omega 2. That is omega 1, O and Q are two ordered inductive forces. This means delta 1 is the difference of membership value. Difference of membership value. What about the delta 2? The difference of non-membership value. Difference of non-membership value. What about the delta 3? Difference of indeterminate part. Similarly, the ordered inductive forces contain three terms: membership term, non-membership term, and indeterminate term. So these are this is the formula is 1 minus delta is equal to sigma is equal to 1 to sum of these two terms, sum of these three terms, 1 minus 1 by 2m into delta. This is the first similarity measure formula. Then what about the second similarity measure formula? Similarity measure is actually a measure between two ordered inductive forces. There is 1 minus root of f1 by f2. 1 minus root of f1 by f2. What about f1? F1 is delta 1, delta 2 plus delta 3. Sigma is equal to 1 to f. This is same definition from the previous definition, previous formula. What about alpha f2? F2 is equal to v1, v2, v3. v1, v2, v3, v1, v2, v3. These are the indices. The sum of indices. These are the sum of indices. No problem. What about f1? F1 is same. Delta 1, delta 2, delta 3 is the same as in the previous formula. V1, V2, V3 is, if he takes the difference here takes the plus. If he takes the difference here in the second formula, we takes the plus. If he takes the difference in the third formula, we takes the plus. So similarly, the previous formula, 1 minus root of f1 by f2 means the numerator is a difference of sum, denominator is the sum of sum, always less than 1. So this is the formula. Next, third is the similarity measures between, say, gamma R3 is equal to O of Q1, Q2, 1 minus delta. What about the delta? Delta is equal to root of 1 by 3m into sigma I is equal to 1 to n. Gamma 1 plus delta 1 plus delta 2. Delta 1 and delta 2 are same as the previous formula. What about gamma 1? Gamma 1 is equal to pi of O minus pi of Q. Gamma 1 is pi of O minus pi of Q. What about pi of O? Delta 1 and delta 2 are the same. Pi of O is equal to membership value of O plus 1 minus non-membership value of O divided by 2. That pi of Q is equal to same as in the, if we replace O by Q, we get the same result. Phi of Q of mu of Q of, that is the membership value of Q plus 1 minus non-membership value of Q divided by 2. This is the fourth similarity formula, that is capital gamma R4 is equal to OQ is equal to ratio of 2 sigma. The first sigma contain numerator K1, K2, K3, denominator contain K4, K5, K6. Numerator is K1, K2, K3, and denominator is K4, K5, K6. So K1 is equal to minimum of the membership value. Suppose O and Q are two ordered inductive fuzzy set, you get the membership value O and the membership value Q. So K1 is the minimum of the membership value, K2 is the minimum of non-membership value, K3 is the minimum of indeterminate part. That is the ordered inductive fuzzy set contain 3 times: membership, non-membership, and other. If we K4, K5, K6 are the maximum, compare the K1, K2, K3. If he takes the minimum, here we takes the maximum. If he takes the minimum, if he takes the maximum. So minimum by maximum is always less than 1. For example, 5, 3 are 2 numbers. So 5 is the maximum, 3 is the minimum, 3 by 5, always less than 1. This is the fourth similarity measure. Another interesting result is compare, how will you compare two ordered inductive fuzzy set? Or domination of ordered inductive fuzzy set. It is defined as O is set to dominate Q. The similarity measure, gamma is a similarity measure. Similarity measure super to O greater than or equal to similarity measure of super to Q. That is actually super is the highest ordered inductive fuzzy set. Super is the highest, very, very highest. The God is a super. So compare super to highest to O greater than or equal to similarity measure. You find the similarity measure when super to O greater than or equal to similarity measure super to Q. We get the result. So this is greater than or equal to this. We can say that O is set to dominate Q. This measure, this value is greater than or equal to, we can say that O is set to dominate Q. This is similarity measure algorithm. I am now drawing the details of the algorithm. This is the representation of ordered inductive fuzzy set from collected data. Ordered inductive fuzzy set from collected data. This is the, there are 12 parameters and 5 models. 12 parameters and 5 models available in software engineering. 12 parameters and 5 models available in software engineering. This is the ordered inductive fuzzy set from collected data. Here we consider 5 similarity measures. This is the first similarity measure. This is the second similarity measure. From the first column, the highest value is 0.9173. The similarity measure is always size between 0 and 1. So omega 3 is the highest. Based on the second similarity measure, omega 3 is same. Compare the second column, 0.7241. The similarity measure is the same. Then compare the third formula. Calculate the third based on third formula. Third omega 3, 0.7895. Here also 0.7328. This is the highest. This is the membership grade of ordered inductive fuzzy set. Ordered inductive fuzzy set. This is the non-membership grade of ordered inductive fuzzy set. Then this is the similarity measure to calculate the super to ordered. Then analysis part, pertinent weightage is applied so as to relative strength of, so as to enhance the relative strength of the model parameters. It provides the system with enhanced capabilities so as to make it applicable to the universal scheme. The ordered inductive fuzzy sets taken into consideration a computational model which computes elements within the set as well as the universal ordered superinductive fuzzy set. The optimal solution is omega 3. It reveals that the evolutionary prototyping model has the largest computational value and hence it is the most suitable one. And it's the more suitable one is the one. Okay, in the first model, very simple model, he consider only fuzzy value, only one parameter. This second model is a very complicated model. Here we consider 5 parameters: membership value, non-membership value, indeterministic value, and omega 1, omega 2, the weight and integers. So 5 parameters are, here we consider the model is 5 parameters. Here we consider, this is a qualitative prediction model. There are 2 types of prediction, qualitative and quantitative. Now I conclude my talk. Fuzzy logic. Anybody, any questions from the audience?
Thank you, Sir Sunny. So, Doc Sunny, there is one question from the audience, so I'll be reading the question. In research, we usually use quantitative methods along with various methods of research, and the most common instrument is Likert scale. How can we relate this fuzzy logic to this and help possible future researcher interested to this field?
Okay. Nowadays, fuzzy logic actually the real world data are crisp data. That is from minus infinity to plus infinity, real world data. That data can be converted into fuzzy logic. Fuzzy logic is actually in between 0 and 1, close to the 0 and 1 only. There are so many implementations nowadays. So many people are applied fuzzy logic in their research. For example, in washing machine, using fuzzy logic. In AC, air conditioner, fuzzy logic. So many people are applied in fuzzy logic. That is, every real world data can be converted into closed interval 0, 1. The only thing is that if we collect the crisp data, real world data, that can be converted into by falsification process, fuzzy logic. There are so many, nowadays the current hot topic is soft computing. Fuzzy logic plus artificial neural network plus genetic algorithm. The combination of these three things, fuzzy logic plus artificial neural network of genetic algorithm, is known as soft computing. We can easily implement this. There are so many softwares are available, simulation models are available in MATLAB also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Sunny. That's all for our question from the audience, and I think they have looking into the possibility of this fuzzy logic to their research in terms of the technology innovation as we try to pace SDG and industrial revolutions. No, basically these are more on engineering, computer science, computer engineering, electronic communication engineering. So this is very much in line with my field of expertise. Thank you, Sir Doc Sunny. So for to give you the certificate, we will be giving you the certificate. To give you the certificate, Darrell, may we ask the flash of the certificate, and you may
wait. Okay.
read the content.
Wait. Okay. In the screen,
We'll just be stopping your presentation, sir.
Okay.
Darrell?
Okay.
So let's present the certificate of appreciation. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Sunny Joseph Calayan Tangkal in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished, invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker at the first International Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology 2021 with the theme Accelerating Research for a Resilient and Sustainable Community in the Midst of the Pandemic, held on the 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom. Signed by Professor Dr. Elmer De Jose, the Dean of Graduate School of Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim Oon, the Dean and Faculty of Technology University Board Member of Banlang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz, the overall conference chair and the president of MRSPNCR chapter. Again, thank you, Dr. Sunny, for your valuable speech.
Thank you, Doc Sunny.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now we will be having your a break from this event. So we will be resuming 1 p.m. exactly 1 p.m. So to all participants, you could stay here at the Zoom, or you may leave if you have unstable internet connectivity. But we are the photo booth is also open, so you could go to the photo booth and make your remembrance. Just go to the breakout rooms photo booth. Thank you. Darrell, do you have any other things to?
Okay. So that's it for our morning session of the third day of Ichesmet 2021. Let us see each other again later at around 1 o'clock p.m. And if possible, let's be on time for us to start on time also. So thank you very much. See you later. session, and of course, the most awaited awarding ceremony. Let us now introduce our moderators for this afternoon, starting off with Dr. Philip Ermita, the Vice Chair for Publication, Dr. Romano Q. Neira, the Vice President for Robotics of MRSPNCR Chapter, and lastly, Engineer Orlean de la Cruz, the Program Chair of Masters in Civil Engineering. But before we proceed to our next speaker, allow me to introduce the overall conference chair of Ichesmet 2021, the chief of PUP GS Research and Extension, and the president of Mechatronics and Robotics Society of the Philippines NCR chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to Dr. Arvin de la Cruz for the turnover ceremony of Ichesmet 2021.
Thank you, Darrell. So as I serve both positions as the overall chairman and the same time the conference chair for Ichesmet 2021, as we end today's sessions of this event, of this momentous event, as it's celebrate its first international virtual conference, I will be turning over the Ichesmet 2022 conference chair to the one who would be handling the event at Van Lang University. So Dr. Philip P. Ermita would be in charge of Ichesmet 2022, as I also serve as the overall chair of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. De La Cruz. And now let us welcome Dr. Philip P. Ermita, the current Vice Chair for Publication, Chief of Technology Business Incubation Center and Center of Futures Innovations, and the Program Chair of Masters in Industrial Engineering for his acceptance to Ichesmet. Again, let us all welcome Dr. Philip P. Ermita.
Let's wait for a while. I just need to change my background. Okay, good afternoon to all. Now, so it's really a great privilege that I am accepting as the overall chair for the Ichesmet 2022, which are targeted to be held in Van Lang University in Vietnam. You know, looking back of how we Dr. Arvin planned this conference. No, we just started with a vision. No, we always started with a vision that addressing the 10 pillars of our university president, Dr. Mui, that we really want to increase the publication, not only in the PUP, but also be an instrument for others on how we can help, specifically other students, partners, and colleagues, partner university, that we increase the publications specifically in Scopus or Web of Science. So with that vision, we were able to partner with other institutions, with the MRSP, and it's really a God's blessing that Van Lang University responded to be part of that vision. And now, working on this year as the Vice Chair for Publication, moving to replacement of Dr. Arvin's role, it's quite challenging, but I do believe with the support and cooperation of my colleagues in PUP and with our partner university, we can make a difference by next year. So hopefully, to all the participants here, we are expecting that you will still with us, and rest assured that we will do our best as we envision to contribute in doing research and continue accelerate for a resilient and sustainable global community by 2022. Again, thank you very much, and hoping for the best and success of next year's conference, Ichesmet 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ermita. And we are proud to announce that Ichesmet 2022 will commence on November 24 to 26, 2022, hosted by Van Lang University. So now, to introduce to us our fourth speaker, may I call on Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo, the Vice Chair for Webinars of Ichesmet 2021.
So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for still being with us in this Ichesmet 2021. So our fourth speaker for this webinar is none other than the Assistant Professor of Construction Science and Management at Tarleton State University in Texas, USA. So he has a combined professional industry and teaching experience of more than 26 years. And he was an associate professor and coordinator of the construction management program for 12 years at Tarrant County College in Fort Worth, Texas, prior to joining the School of Engineering at Tarleton State University in Stephenville, Texas, as Assistant Professor of Construction Science and Management. He has a master's degree in civil engineering from Australia, a doctorate degree in technology, particularly civil, and a bachelor's in civil engineering, both from the Philippines. So as coordinator at TCC, he had grown the construction program more than 6 times, or 600% of its enrollment since 2007, when he assumed the position. He initiated and led the program to achieve full accreditation of the AAS in Construction Management Technology from the American Council for Construction Education in 2014. He wrote and prepared the accreditation self-evaluation documents, as well as the compilation of artifacts and evidences for the accreditation requirements. The accreditation of the program and the degree from ACCE put TCC Construction Management Program as one of the only 2 accredited 2-year program of its kind in the state of Texas, and only one of the 12 in the U.S. So Dr. Bagcal advocates student success as he mentors and coaches different students in competing in the different international builders show construction management competition annually. So in his stint as a coach, he was able to land first place and second place for the 2-year program category in the 2015 and 2014 and the Rookie of the Year when his team participated in 2011. So Dr. Bagcal also receives different accolades and awards, both nationally and locally, that affirmed his commitment, passion, and dedication to his teaching career and student success. So, ladies and gentlemen, a Doctor of Philosophy, a CGP, and Assistant Professor of Construction Science and Management of Tarleton State University in Texas. Let's welcome Dr. Orlando R. Bagcal.
Howdy everyone, and greetings from the great state of Texas, and thank you for joining me today. I'm Orlando Bagcal. I'm an assistant professor of construction science and management at Tarleton State University in Stephenville, Texas. Tarleton State is a member of the largest university system in Texas, the Texas A&M University System. I have over 26 years of professional and academic experience, in which 15 years of those from the U.S. higher education. Before migrating to the U.S., I have a short stint as part-time faculty member of the College of Engineering of Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I know very much Dr. Manuel Muhi. He is a great friend, a great buddy of mine, and he is an amazing leader, and you are blessed to have him as the president of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Today, I am going to present to you leverage building information modeling in the construction during pandemic. Along the way, if you have any question in mind, please reserve those and email them at bagcal@tarleton.edu, and I'll be happy and glad to answer those questions and get back to you as soon as I can. In these presentations, I am going to give you the impact of technology. We will be defining what is building information modeling. We'll be looking at what are the benefits of the building information modeling and how can we leverage the use of BIM in the construction industry during pandemic. And then at the end, I'm going to give you the summary. The sudden onset of the pandemic hit the world like a ton of bricks. And no doubt it creates an unprecedented and massive impacts, bringing industry after industry to a screeching halt. And of course, the construction industry is no exception. It is impacted in numerous ways and in varying level. And many projects, not only in the United States but around the world, have stopped and even slowed down. And there is no doubt it will leave a lasting impact on the construction industry. The question now is how far the construction industry can go to survive, to thrive, and be able to overcome the impact and stay afloat during this pandemic. What means and ways can we use to keep our ongoing projects running and still be able to meet the strictest deadline? And I believe this is when the technology comes in. How can we leverage or maximize the power of the available technology that we have in order to face these challenges brought by the pandemic? The most promising technology advancement in the construction industry is the building information modeling, or BIM. In today's construction industry, BIM is a buzzword, but it has a different meaning to different people. But according to the National Building Information Modeling Standard Committee, BIM is defined as a digital representations of a physical and a functional characteristic of facility, meaning that the concept or the power of the building information modeling is to build the facility virtually prior to building physically. And there's a great meaning in there because it allows the project team members to explore in a digital environment that's a virtual, so that they will be able to identify any challenges, any problems, constraints, or any roadblocks, risks, or hazards, and able to define solutions to those problems even before breaking grounds. The building information modeling is also known as the ND models. Aside from developing a 3D models, it allows them to go beyond that by creating or developing a 4D, the 5D, the 6D, or the 7D. The 4D models allows them to integrate time, so that they will be able to determine how long will it take to complete its design element. The 5D model, how much it will cost to construct each of those elements, so it's more on the costing. And the 6D, it allows them to analyze the structure's environmental impact over time, or to perform any class detection analysis. And of course, we have the 7D. It pertains to the estimated facility management cost throughout the life cycle of the project. So what are the benefits of the building information modeling? I'm going to give you 5 different benefits. However, we have more benefits that has been reported based on research and studies in the past. The first major benefits is cost and resource savings. So one of the significant benefit of BIM is that it provides a reliable construction cost estimate. even long before the construction phase begins. The designers will be able to use BIM tools such as the BIM 360 docs, or we have the Naviswork or the Revit for them to be able to estimate costs more accurately for materials, labors, material shipping, or even those payrolls-based construction timelines. Not only does this give the designers or the project team members a better idea of how much the project will cost, but it also helps them discover ways to reduce costs, or probably for them to explore or to use value engineering. The second benefit is a greater efficiency and productivity. These particular benefits will definitely reduce construction time. Finishing a project on time or early speeds up your eventual return on investment. With the building information modeling, the project team can design and construct building faster and improve the workflow and be able to streamline the process. The third benefits of the building information modeling is to improve communications. Building information modeling integrated into the process will enhance collaborations and communications. It improves communications among those stakeholders or the project team members, because the building information modeling, it relies on a single source of information. This means that all of the relevant informations, including models, estimate, design notes, are shared and stored from one place, in which it allows those team members to access those informations. Thereby, it creates more collaborations and it eliminates information silos, and it helps those design teams to find the best solution based on the data that they have gathered and put together as one. The fourth major benefits of the building information modeling is the opportunities to prefabricate or modular constructions. BIM software is ideal for making detailed production models that can relate to prefabricated offsite, thus it reduces time. And the fifth benefits is the higher quality results. Using building information modeling makes calculations and models more detailed and accurate, and this results in a higher quality structure. Because the building information model process includes multiple visualization tools, the structure may also be aesthetically pleasing. So with those benefits that I mentioned about the use of building information modeling, how can we leverage BIM in construction during this pandemic? One of the most fundamental uses of the building information modeling is installation coordinations, and that has something to do with prefabrications, and that is one of the things that we'll be looking at to leverage BIM in the construction industry. The use of building information modeling during pre-construction makes many prefabrication opportunities possible. By constructing or assembling construction elements before they hit the job site can definitely save time, increase quality and safety, as well as to reduce the amount of wasted materials. We will be able to address the dwindling site workers due to health restrictions and protocol during this pandemic. The second things that we will be looking at to leverage BIM in the construction industry is coordinating construction. For construction manager, adopting technology through BIM into their workflows makes sense. Having the ability to access the tools and the information to get the job done from wherever they are is very critical, and it is important. Coordinating work together in a real-time manner will provide better informed decisions and responding to information more effectively. Construction managers are enabled to use quality information in order to deliver a better construction product, even when team members are in different locations, such as working at home. And the third way that we could leverage BIM in the construction industry is using mobile devices. Now, mobile devices are very common today. If you step into any of those construction sites, it is now, you will be able to see those who are wearing smart hard hat, those individuals that wear virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, or even those AIs or MLs. The use of mobile technology allows for real-time data collections and transmissions between the job site and the project managers back at the office. It allows them to create the transmissions, those informations from the job site into the office in a real time by bringing those, we call it the wearable technologies, such as the augmented reality, to which you will be able to bring in the virtual 3Ds of the project and verifying that against with the interjecting or integrating the physical environment into that virtual reality for you to be able to verify any discrepancies or any changes in the design intent. The fourth one that we can use to leverage the use of building information modeling is controlling schedule and cost. Understanding project costs and cost flows is the lifeblood of a project. Building information derived data can be valuable source of information to better inform, estimate, or schedule that could reduce assumptions. During construction, a number of BIM and mobile tools can assist in verifying schedule progress. They will be able to manage material and equipment delivery timing, especially during this time of pandemic. Managing crew sizes in order to maintain health protocols and still be able to align the expected completion timelines. We will be able to verify work in place and subcontractors' billing percentages. And through the billing information modeling tools, we will be able to identify root causes that delay or inhibit productivity. And the last one that we will be looking at as to leverage the use of BIM during pandemic is material and equipment management. The need to track materials that are coming and going into the project's site can be addressed by a number of software that can be linked to building information models such as the RFID tag or the radio frequency identifications or the QR codes sticker attached to materials and equipment in order to understand what is available and where it is located, and then communicate those to the central database to show the current snapshots of inventory on the job site. It can communicate back to the BIM data to verify installation or layer those geometric components in the database in a unique way, thus updating the virtual model to reflect what is occurring in the field in real time. To summarize my presentation, the pandemic that is going on right now will continue to create havoc in the construction industry in the coming days or years to come. And we must be prepared. We must be resilient and flexible in facing it for us to be able to thrive and for every project to survive in the coming years. There is a constant need to innovate in order to improve efficiency and productivity in order to achieve our goal for finishing our project on time, within budget, within specification, and to successfully finish safely. The need of continued enhanced collaborations will continue to be a critical piece for a successful implementations of building information modeling for every project that we have. The promise of the BIM offer an exciting opportunities to overcome challenges if we are going to exploit and leverage the power of technology, particularly the BIM, into our project, then I'm pretty much sure that we'll be able to face whatever challenges that comes our way for every projects that we have in the construction industry. With that, I would like to thank you all for joining me. And if you have any questions in mind, please email those questions and I'll be willing to answer those and get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you. And as you continue to participate in the International Webinar in Engineering, Science, and Technology, may you be blessed. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bagkal, for that insightful topic. And for all the questions, they will be forwarded to Dr. Bagkal since he was not able to join our meeting today due to sudden commitments. And with that, let's move on to the reading of Certificate of Recognition. This Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Orlando Bagkal in grateful acknowledgement of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as a research speaker at the first virtual international conference on humanities, education, management, engineering, and technology 2021 with the theme Accelerating Research for a Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the Midst of the Pandemic, held on the 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom, signed by Professor Dr. Elmer De Jose, the Dean of Graduate School of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, the Dean and Faculty of Technology University Board Member of Banlang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz, Overall Conference Chair and the President of MRSPNCR Chapter. Again, thank you, Dr. Bagkal. And now, to introduce our fifth speaker, let us call on once again Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo, the Vice Chair for Webinars of Ichesmet 2021.
Okay, thank you, Daryl. Thank you very much, Dr. Bagkal, for gracing our occasion. As Sir Neira said in the chat box, he's a great friend. So although he's been in the US for quite some time, he doesn't forget his friends and still continue support our quest for learning new things, especially being a good friend of our university president, Dr. Manuel Muhi. So thank you very much again, Dr. Bagkal. Our next speaker, on the other hand, is somewhat connected to the business sector. So I met him recently or about 2 years ago when we do have a collaboration with the industry sector. So our next speaker is the Business Unit General Manager of Manly Plastics Incorporated and the former Business Unit Sales and Marketing Manager of the same industry. He started as a sales executive of Manly Plastics Incorporated and also as a management trainee of the same company. He is a graduate of plastic engineering from the British Columbia Institute of Technology in Burnaby, Canada, and has a degree in BS Management Information System at the Ateneo de Manila University in Manila. His skills are plastic products engineering, project management, people management, organizational development, change management, and systems development. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, Engineer Jonathan F. Ko. Sir?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jonathan Ko, and I'm here representing Sentinel Upcycling Technologies. The title of my talk this afternoon is Research Recommendations Related to Recycling and Upcycling. But before I continue, I would just like to take a moment to thank the organizers of this event. Special mention to Ma'am Josie Golpeo for giving me a platform to speak to a group of multidisciplinary experts. Hopefully, after my presentation this afternoon, you would at least be more inclined to focus your research in whatever discipline you are engaged in solving our plastic waste problem. What I would like to do this afternoon is to first introduce our project, Sentinel Upcycling Technologies. Next, I'd like to talk about the plastic pollution problem. And finally, I'd like to, as the title of my talk states, make some research recommendations related to recycling and upcycling. So first, please watch this video to learn more about who we are and what we do. Thank you for watching. Before we proceed, I'd like to clear up two terminologies. Recycling and upcycling are two solutions that help achieve resiliency and sustainability. But what is the difference between recycling and upcycling? In a nutshell, it's about the recovered value. When you recycle something, you essentially, as the name suggests, recycle the product. The difference between reusing it and recycling it is you're essentially remanufacturing it, having it go through the same manufacturing process to create the same output. An example of this would be taking an aluminum can that has been used, melting it, and then extruding it, and then forming another aluminum can. Now, what is the difference between that and upcycling? Well, upcycling is taking something of lower value and making a product out of it that is higher value. An example of this is what we do in Sentinel Upcycling, which is we take sachets, specifically multi-layer single-use sachets that after it has served its purpose has very little value left in it, except perhaps to use as fuel for co-processing facilities, which is essentially you take the waste sachets and then put them in a furnace to run a boiler for the process of making cement. So what happens there is, before the upcycling technology that we use in our project, people would either have to pay for companies that co-process this to come and take it away and use it. Or sometimes these companies do get paid for the sachets that the cement factory is using. So it really depends on normal supply and demand. The point is, we always try to either keep the value the same or increase its value. So that's the difference in a nutshell between recycling and upcycling. The next part of my talk, I would like to spend a few moments to say a few words about the plastic pollution problem. How did we get here? How did we end up in a situation where there is plastic literally everywhere? It's on the land. I don't think I need to elaborate on that. It's in the air in the form of microplastics. It's in the water in all types, from puddles on the street to vast oceans that we have on Earth. For me, there are three intertwined factors. One is substitution, the second is mass production, third is application. First, did you know that one of the first uses of plastics was actually for the very noble reason of finding a replacement for billiard balls back in the Victorian era? So basically, someone thought that killing an elephant for their ivory tusks is not worth that life just to give some rich guys, and they are guys, some balls to hit around with. So it started as a very noble purpose, right? The first plastics, or naturally occurring polymers, came from nature and required very minimal processing to be made useful. Then came synthetic plastics. This was the time when scientists realized that the volatile gases that are present in bunker fuel can be connected together in a process called polymerization into long chain molecules. I won't get into the details of the process, but you end up with synthetic resins. Now, plastics by its nature became successful because it overcame a lot of the shortcomings or weaknesses of naturally occurring materials. It does not rot like wood. It does not rust like iron. It does not break as easily as glass. So who would not like to buy a product that is lightweight, durable, and long-lasting? The answer is obviously not very many. In other words, the use of plastics exploded in the mid-1900s. The growth of the plastics industry, driven by the very people represented here today. People from the media and communications, industrial designers, architects, scientists, business people, managers, engineers, and technologists who saw the potential of the technology and applied their skills that created the behemoth of an industry that it is now, and of which I am a participant and you are a consumer today. This growth has been so rapid that a lot of the institutions, particularly the waste management system of many countries in the world, are not able to adapt. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the problem. Plastics, in its core, is a waste management problem. It has become such because, and this is why I appreciate the idea behind this conference so much, because having been in this industry for years, I have come to the conclusion that one of the reasons why we ended up where we are, where plastics is everywhere, polluting everything on the planet, is because of a lack of multidisciplinary approach to building society, to building a consumption culture, to building a civilization that is our modern interconnected society. In Tagalog, we call it kanya-kanya. But the good news is this is a human-made problem. That means humans can solve it, and I believe we will be able to solve it. But the problem cannot be solved without creating a system. And you cannot create a well-functioning system without first changing our mindset from kanya-kanya to what we call in Tagalog, sama-sama. It has various translations in English. One is together. Another is collaboration. But I like the word synergy. When I look at this list, okay, social sciences and the humanities, education, natural sciences, management, engineering, technology, I do not see a list. Well, I should say I do see a list. But in addition to seeing the list, I see this, a Venn diagram. Again, humanities, education, natural sciences, management, engineering, and technology. All overlapping. And it's in the overlap where the magic happens. By the way, please excuse me for just putting these 7 major categories here. I would like to have put this up, right? All of these tracks and the different, the detailed list of subjects underneath it. Okay, but well, to be honest with you, the PowerPoint would only accommodate 7 circles at most. But seriously now, the world needs your help. I think we are reaching a tipping point where people are becoming more and more aware of the need to make some changes in their lives and in their behavior, to do what they can to solve this plastic pollution problem. Businesses in particular are becoming more and more open to making changes in their business. The changes in personal and corporate behavior happens in a spectrum. On the one end, you have altruism and just wanting to do what is right. And on the other extreme, it's because it is the law. On one end, the people who will do what is right regardless of the amount of effort or resources needed. On the other end are people in companies who will do the bare minimum stated in the law and will do everything they can to make sure that the status quo, whether or not it's good or not, is maintained. In order for any meaningful and impactful change, we don't have to convert everyone. We do not have to solve everyone's problem. We just need to create a system that works for a majority of the population, whether it's the corporations or the people that make up those corporations. So here are my research recommendations I am humbly and respectfully submitting to the conference body. The first research recommendation is find substitute for the current plastic materials being used for single-use plastic, specifically the multi-layer single-use plastic. Let's just get it out of the way, the elephant in the room. Would the plastics guy recommend something that may potentially be detrimental to the industry that he belongs to? Well, we may be in the plastics industry, and a lot of our friends and clients are in the plastics industry. But I think any business person engaged in any business are in the money-making business first. And they just happen to go and settle on the particular industry that they are in. What I mean by this is money, entrepreneurs, capital will follow demand. Okay? Capitalists, business people will go where the profit is. Now, I don't have time in my short 45 minutes with you to go through the details and the nuances of this concept and the morality or lack thereof of today's corporate culture. But the fact of the matter is, business people will go where the money is. So if there is something new, scientifically proven technology that has a path to profitability, capital will go there. Talent will go there. Business will go there. So I say yes, find a substitute, not to the plastics per se, but to the particular kind of plastics being used. So let me spend a few more minutes on this to give you a specific area of research. We all talk about recycling in plastics. We use this as our guide, the resin identification code. Technically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are all recyclables, and certain types of number 7 are recyclable or upcyclable. Like what you have seen in the video, we can upcycle single-use sachets, which are either made up of one type of material called monolayer or multiple types of materials called multi-layer to make durable products. Currently, you cannot make new sachets out of them, and that's why it's not recycling, but rather upcycling. Given that it is technically possible, the next question becomes, is it economically feasible? For applications such as plastics used for packaging that are oily and bloody foods, perhaps putting in the resources like soap and water and dealing with the subsequent wastewater is not worth it. So one of the solutions can be compostable plastics. Now, this technology exists. Polylactic acid and other polymers derived from renewable sources with the added benefit of being compostable under the right temperature and humidity, and given enough time, is quite a promising technology. So it exists. The problem is economic. At this point, the cost of the compostable plastic that is a suitable substitute to the existing plastics, specifically, and I'm talking about monolayer here, numbers 1 and 2, and number 5 are a lot more expensive. So 1 is PET, 2 is HDPE, 5 is PP or polypropylene. Now, for those materials, by itself, it is recyclable. Now, is it worth it to recycle compared to just buying virgin plastic? The numbers, if you have to clean it, the numbers become not as promising. Okay, the problem is that it's not that there is no business or profit to be made. The problem is it is a niche market, and in order for us to solve a global problem, we need global scale solutions. The fact of the matter is everyone uses plastic packaging, from the richest to the poorest persons in society. The fact of the matter is, no matter how hard we try, we cannot fully recycle every single piece of plastic for various, many different reasons. The fact of the matter is, it's a lot easier to compost on your own than to recycle on your own. For that and many other reasons, I think researching on compostable plastics and the composting technology is a worthwhile endeavor. Second, research recommendation. Find a way to get people to change their behavior towards sorting and cleaning their recyclable waste. In the Philippines, the common way of sorting garbage is nabubulok, or waste that decomposes, and di-nabubulok, which means waste that do not decompose. Another common sorting is recyclable, not recyclable, and biodegradable. As a recycler of plastics, indeed, whether it's a recycler of plastics, metal, or paper, or plastics, everyone will tell you this level of sorting leaves a lot of value on the table. First of all, in this current state of sorting, it still needs further sorting and most likely further cleaning. All this adds to the cost of sourcing from what is called post-consumer sources, which is, let's admit it, the cause of a lot of the leakage into the environment of plastic pollution. But let's back up a few steps. There are two sources of recyclable materials, and this is independent of what material we are talking about. Okay, this applies to plastic, paper, and steel. You can source from industrial sources, which is to say industrial waste, or you can source from post-consumer sources. These are your commercial or residential sources. Now, until the scientists are able to find a workable alternative to the plastic packaging materials being used now, engineers and technologists are able to create the mass production equipment needed to scale it, and business and management people are able to create the business model to make the enterprise profitable. We are stuck with the current options of materials and therefore of the waste. Legislation like extended producer responsibility only creates incentives, but incentives to do what in actuality is what we need to set up, because I think we can all agree that something must be done now. What must be done now and how to do it and who pays for it are the things that are subject for further discussion and debate. But what is for me a matter of certainty is that unless we are able to make putting the work at a residential and commercial level to make sure that the recyclable wastes are ready to be recycled or upcycled at very little additional cost down the line, worthwhile for the people that are doing it, it will not be a sustainable or scalable endeavor. There are two ways to do this: to do it on an individual level or a collective level in the form of big factories that processes dirty waste to make them clean. Or we start at the household and everyone pitch in a little bit to do their part, no matter how small, to ensure that what goes outside of their houses, outside of their offices, outside of their classrooms, outside of their commercial establishments are sorted properly and clean. The answer, as always, or at least in most cases, is found somewhere in between. There are many things that can be done but are not being done in a household level. So let's cut to the chase. How do you make your waste recycle ready or upcycled ready? So this is a picture of the solid waste categories made by the National Solid Waste Management Commission under the Office of the President. What we actually do in Sentinel Upcycling Technologies is what is called urban mining. So we look for and find certain types of these wastes. And as with any mining operation, you go where it is easiest to mine the resources that you need. Right now, to be honest with you, the easiest source for recyclable and upcyclable wastes are industrial sources. Why? Because they are quite sorted already and clean, because they are not mixed with other waste. And they are considered as waste that the companies, by the companies, that makes them actually have to pay the waste hauler to take it away. So imagine if a buyer like us, Sentinel Upcycling, goes to them and say, we're going to pay you instead, and we're going to be the one to haul it away. They will just say, come and get it, right? Now compare that with the residential sources, where the pervasive and current waste management system is that you pay your waste management fee to the city as part of your yearly fees. that you pay to the municipality that you live in, and a truck comes and takes your mixed waste away. And let's not kid ourselves. In as much as we would like to believe that the hauler is actually taking nabubulok and di nabubulok separately, the level of contamination is such that it negates any sort of savings from it, and that is disheartening for the people who actually put in the work to make their waste. Well, at that point, it's no longer considered waste; it's recyclables, actually suitable for further processing already. And when I say that, it's grinding and melting, no more cleaning. Okay, so imagine getting them from that kind of mindset to this kind of mindset, where, you know, from one bag now I have to worry about 10 or 20 different categories. It's not easy. And with today's busy society, and people have a lot of things in their mind, how do we get them to pay attention? Now, to the communicators, influencers, psychologists, sociologists, artists, writers, educators in this virtual plenary, we need your help. How do you get people to change their behavior? How do you get people to do the right thing? More than that, how do you get them to change their behavior quickly or quicker? Because the garbage problem is a daily problem. We know what we have to do. We, meaning the recyclers and the manufacturers and the junk shops. We've known it for many years. It's just a matter of getting people to want to do it and actually do it. If the waste or the recyclables are sorted clean and dry in the house, then I think the cost for aggregating it in a community to such a quantity that the junk shops can afford to send a truck and the recyclers can afford to send a truck will actually make it a bit more price competitive, while at the same time providing a good return to the members of the households and the businesses that actually take the time to sort and clean their recyclables properly. By the way, we call it recycler-centric or manufacturer-centric waste management system. Now, I'm not saying it will immediately solve the problem, but it will be a huge step in the right direction. So that takes care, well, if it's done properly, it takes care of the supply side of the recyclables and upcyclables. The next research topic, suggestion, takes care of the demand side. To the designers, marketers, again, engineers, technologists, business people, and management people. This is for you. How do we create products made of recyclable and upcycled materials? Make many people want them. So it makes sense to develop the processes to mass produce them and put in the capital to actually invest in those equipment. What we try to achieve, at least in the short term, where plastics cannot yet be eliminated, is plastic neutrality. What we would like to do is to create an ecosystem called a circular economy. Combine that with plastic neutrality, where the amount of plastic that is being discarded is the amount of plastic that is being recovered for recycling or upcycling. This is quite the challenge because a majority of the plastic waste being generated is made up of single-use plastics. And a big portion of that, specifically the multi-layer plastic, cannot be recycled to multi-layer packaging again. At least not yet. What we can do with those non-recyclables is to make durable products like what we do in Sentinel Upcycling. We make pallets, crates, trolleys, and furniture out of it. Here's the challenge. What else? What other durable products can we make out of it so we can expand our product line and have more chances, have more options for people so that they can vote with their wallets that yes, I want to support it. But of course, they're not going to buy something they don't need. They have to buy something that they need. And how do you get people to prefer environmentally or more environmentally friendly products? We are in a situation where the general public is becoming more and more environmentally conscious. And they want to act on that consciousness by what they do with the waste they generate and what businesses they support with their hard-earned income. We can take care of the supply side all we want. People can sort, people can clean, people can deliver the sorted waste to drop-off areas, to junk shops and material recovery facility. But unless there is a demand for the products that can be made from those items, the economy will stay broken. So we need to take care of both the supply and the demand side. We need to make products that are functional and beautiful and sell them at a reasonable price. And we need to make a lot of them to achieve any substantial impact in the form of reduction of waste that need to go to the landfill or worse, to the rivers and the oceans. There are so many small enterprises that make great items from recycled or upcycled materials. But consider that we produce millions of pieces of sachet waste on a daily basis, billions of pieces a year. So we need to have a recycled and upcycled products industry as big as the industry that creates those single-use plastics in the first place. At this point, I want to pause and talk about this industry that creates all of this single-use packaging, the fast-moving consumer goods industry. You know, it's easy to demonize them. It's easy to call them polluters. It's easy to, quote-unquote, be woke against them. But if you stop and think about it, they are simply following the market. And that market, meaning the market of the single-use sachets, are largely made up of people who can afford nothing else. There is this new law called the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, or the so-called Extended Producer Responsibility Act, that is currently in Congress and will most likely be implemented soon, which provides funding that for the large part helps with expenses related to the collection of the waste that they create in doing their business and people create by consuming their products. All this does is ensure that it does not end up where it shouldn't be, which is pollution in the land and sea, but it ends up in the landfill. And those landfills will eventually get full and we're going to have to build new ones. You're going to create an unsustainable waste management system because it is linear. We need to create a circular economy. So we need creators to design new products, engineers to build and mass produce them, and marketers to convince people to buy them. In short, we need to fill the gaps in this circular economy to make sure that it becomes the new way that our economy functions moving forward. We have to take care of the supply and the demand. There are many other research proposals, ideas that I have, but these are the three main ones. I would like to close by leaving you with two of the hashtags that we use in our project. It's hashtag it takes the whole world to save the world and hashtag it works if we work together. And finally, a modified quote. Well, actually, in this case, I'll be quoting it verbatim from Abraham Lincoln. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. As our case is new, we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall, what a beautiful word, disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. End quote. And dare I say, our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, students of the humanities and social sciences, educators, scientists, managers, business people, engineers, and technologists, we need your help. Let us all work together to apply our knowledge, our energy, our passion, our lives into making the world a better place and provide a better future to the human race. You know, saying that we are in a mission to save the planet is an incomplete statement because the planet will be fine with or without humans. We will not be fine without our planet. So in saving the planet, we're actually working to save ourselves and our species. I cannot think of a more worthwhile use of this one life that we have. Let's all work together, shall we? Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to working with some of you. Please scan this QR code to add me to your contact list. Scan this QR code to visit our Facebook page to see what we are doing. Finally, scan this QR code to download our product brochure. Again, thank you very much for listening. God bless you. Stay safe.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Ko. So we'll be entertaining questions from the audience. So Mr. Ko, are you here in the room?
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir, we have a question. The first question was from one of the audience was wait. This one. Which is good plastic products that can be recycled or single use and become waste?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Which is good plastic product that can be recycled or single use and become waste?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Which is
This was the question.
which is good plastic product that can be recycled or single use and can... I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
I think the question, sir, would be what
Could you
specific
give
product
example?
can become waste and what specific product can be a good plastic product
Oh,
to be used?
wow. How much time? How much time do I have?
It's the participant is from I think from Vietnam
Okay.
or
well,
Malay or Indonesia.
Okay. Well, it's not an easy question to answer because there are several factors to consider. No? In terms of available technology, most single type plastic packaging can be recycled on a technical level. So that's not the issue. That's usually not the issue. The issue is the economics, whether someone has actually taken the time to establish the collection system, and someone has actually taken the time to establish the equipment.
Um, so I mean, after all, what is waste if or pollution, except it's just something that is not supposed to be where it is, right? I mean, that's what pollution is. So that in answering that question, you have to look at several things. What are the local recyclers and junk shops currently purchasing? Number two, you have to look at what current technologies are available, right? And if there's a disparity between the what is available commercially or the junk shop, what the junk shops collect or what the recyclers collect versus the technology that's available, therein lies the business opportunity, right? So, and then if you are able to have a place where you can take your packaging waste and or your plastic waste, then it's no longer waste. It's now a resource. It's now it's now recycled, and in that sense, I guess it makes it good, right? It makes it good.
Yes.
So another thing I want to say about that can become recycled or single use. Really, a lot of the stuff that we throw away, which we call single use plastic, is actually reusable. Like for example, the PET water bottle. If you wash it, you can actually refill it with water and it will be okay, right? The truly single use plastic that is really waste, quote unquote waste, is the single use sachet, which we in Sentinel Upcycling Technologies focus on. But the rest of it, even the plastic bags, I mean, people say people use plastic bags one time, but actually it's not single use. You can actually reuse it many, many times, right? So again, it's a contextual thing. I don't know how much time I have to elaborate, but the short answer is that.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next question is, how can we make the upcycling products more affordable?
Yeah. The way to do it is, number one, you have to sort it as close to the source as possible. In short, don't give the problem to somebody else. Because in a lot of the countries, including the Philippines, we don't even give it a second thought. Once we consume it, we throw it away, and it's somebody else's problem. If we want to reduce the cost of recycling and upcycling, we have to do more of the stuff that the junk shops, the recyclers have to do, and that is sorting it further, cleaning it, right, and then aggregating it. So if you wash it already and prepare it to be recycled, then that takes away a huge cost from the system, right? So that's one practical way to make it affordable. Another practical way to make it affordable is to work with your neighbors, work with your communities to aggregate it, so the transport costs go down. So like for example, if you fill one big truck, it's cheaper to transport one big truck with all of its contents than many small cars delivering, or motorcycles delivering piecemeal, right? The third way to make it cheaper, and this is related to the transport, is to invest in the equipment. So like balers and other things. But really, the practical way to lower the cost is to clean it and then aggregate it so that it's worth it for junk shops and recyclers to pick it up.
Thank you, sir. Another question is, using shredded waste plastic material mixed and embedded into concrete hollow blocks be considered part of the upcycling process?
I would say yes, it's part of the upcycling process because you use it as a filler, right? For the and in some cases reinforcement for the concrete blocks. So the concept of upcycling really is a measure of value. So if you're taking something that is zero value, which is sachet, it will go to the landfill. In fact, you have to pay the landfill to take it, and you're putting it in concrete, and you're selling the concrete with the sachets in it, right? So in that sense, it is upcycling as well.
Sir, but you also entertain other waste materials aside from plastic.
Our business personally, no. In fact, we don't even take all kinds of plastics. We only take the specific types of plastic. So number 1, which is PET. Number 2, which is high density polyethylene. Number 4, which is low density polyethylene. Number 5, which is polypropylene. Number 6, which is polystyrene. And 7 is other. 7 is a catch-all. So we take sachets, single-use sachets, under the number 7 resin identification code.
Thank you, sir. I think one question would be from Daryl. Daryl, the question is, as machine learning enthusiasts, me and most of my peers are working on computer vision technologies for waste management.
Mm.
What application could we explore in line with your expertise?
Identification. One of the biggest problems in sorting is people don't know. Wouldn't it be nice, right, if you can take if you can point a camera on a piece of plastic and say and ask the cloud, what is it? And then you get an answer.
What type of plastic it is?
Yeah, what type of plastic it is. And then from there you can add on to it. Oh, you can connect it to, you can bring it the nearest recycler in your area or the nearest junk shop in your area. And then you can add on to that these are the places that take it. These are their prices. You know what I'm saying? So
yes.
Yeah. This is actually machine learning naman in my experience. A lot of it is really automating the thought process that is happening with humans, right? So in my own experience, I get messages all the time with pictures saying, hey, what's this? Can you help me? What's this? Right? So it would be nice to just answer it once and then the machine takes over, right? Oh, this looks like the similar thing that the human identified before. Maybe at 80% accuracy, would
Yes.
help.
Next question, sir. Is there any materials to be mixed in plastic to improve its capacity in tensile force can adapt a huge amount of heat?
Yes, there are a lot of additives that can improve. It's not actually tensile force, but tensile strength, and can adapt a huge amount of heat. So when you say a huge amount of heat, well, first of all, you really shouldn't take plastic as a monolith. There are thousands of different types of plastic, right? So there are high heat plastics. You can go, 500 degrees and it'll be fine. So don't look at the additives first. Look at the base resin first. So for example, if it's high heat, you can look at nylons. You can look at PEEKs. If for additives, you can try to look at a lot of glass reinforced compounds. Kind of increases also the heat tolerance of the plastic. So that would be my answer. Look at the base resin first, and then look at the additives next.
Thank you, sir. It's just like one of our project. We have the bottles. We are creating tiles out of a waste materials in broken glasses. So that have been already published. That's why we wanted to look for possible sponsor on that matter, so that it could be also manufacture and produce the tiles materials to be used in the constructions or in other things that really needs this kind of product. And thank you, sir, for that information. We are very much enlightened about this thing, about the recycle thing, about the plastic industry. So I think we could do a lot of research and we could really communicate with you sooner or later. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Darrell?
Yes, sir. Okay. For the awarding of certificate, let's present it on the screen. For the certificate of recognition is awarded to Mr. Jonathan Ko in grateful recognition of his distinguished and invaluable service rendered as a resource speaker at the first International Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology 2021 with the theme Accelerating Research for Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the Midst of the Pandemic, held on the 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom, signed by Professor Dr. Elmer De Jose, the Dean of Graduate School of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, Dean and Faculty of Technology University Board Member of Banlang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin R. De La Cruz, the overall conference chair and the president of MRSPNCR chapter. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan Ko, for that very valuable message.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
And now, let's move on to the next. To introduce our sixth speaker, let us call on once again Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo, the Vice Chair for Webinars of Ichesmet 2021.
Okay. So before I introduce the next speaker, I'd like to thank Sir Jonathan. Thank you very much for gracing our request to be one of the speakers and one of the collaborators of PUP in all our projects. So thank you, sir. So our next speaker is an artist by profession, a painter, a web designer, a muralist, and an educator. So she not only loves music and values solitude, this particular traveler is also an artist who loves creating art from things and places that interest her soul the most. So Ma'am Susan Villanueva de Guzman is perhaps the only Filipino artist, cum university teacher that is based in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, that literally demonstrate art success through creative mentorship. She is honest in her skills by reading, doing photography, and exploring how can she fuse all these hobbies into creating new technologies in the application of her art. So she is an outstanding achievement awardee for professional representation in UAE, and also because of her community service. She is the representative of UAE in the Chief Expert in Graphic Design at the 4th GCC Skills Competition in Saudi Arabia in Dammam in April 2016. She also represented UAE as an expert in graphic design at the World Skills Competition in Sao Paulo, Brazil, last August 6 to 16, 2015. She has provided technical training for the competition in Brazil and UAE in Sao Paulo, Brazil, last 2015, and delivered presentation for Studio 11 in 2013 at the Knowledge Village. She is also appointed as the chief expert for Skills 40 Graphic Design Technology Competition in Emirates Skills Abu Dhabi, and delivered presentations for Adobe Education Summit in Barcelona, Spain. She is also an award-winning competitor and a chief expert for the Skills 40 Graphic Design Technology, and chosen as an expert graphic design technology for World Skills. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest speaker is an expert graphic design and a deputy chief expert for that. Also chief expert on the field of GCC skills, a Gulf Cooperation Council skills, a web graphic designer, muralist, an online learning specialist and educator, Miss Susan Villanueva de Guzman. Ma'am?
Thank you so much, Engineer Jocelyn. Thank you so much for that very long introduction. I was scared to listen that, oh, I've accomplished that. Anyway, all right, so I'm going to share to you my, my presentation. This is quite different, and I'd like you to be with me, okay? First of all, before I start, I'd like to say thank you to Engineer Josie. She was my former ex-student when I was teaching at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. And currently, I am also doing my PhD, specializing in the educational management. So I'm also a student like you are. And at the same time, I'm currently a lecturer in graphic design. All right, so first of all, I'd like to say, give comment to the previous speaker, Mr. Jonathan Ko. We do take the sustainability here in the United Arab Emirates seriously. In fact, I'm a lecturer in graphic design, and part of my responsibility is to make sure that the design is more functional rather than, you put a lot of different materials that is non-biodegradable. So that's part of our lecture. And I think to my fellow educators, my fellow designers as well, we really need to start from the young generation to inculcate the value of recycling, because that is... Anyway, so I want everyone to relax, and I want you to listen to my lecture, or what I'm going to share. It's not actually a lecture. I would like everyone to listen, because I'm giving away a piece of painting. I'm sending it to you wherever you are, okay? So you will see the painting that I'm giving you once we reach that part. Okay, so first of all, it is very important for me to share a journey through artistic expression. This is an educational session, and this would cover education, this would cover the pandemic as well. When we had pandemic, I'm going to share to you what I have accomplished while having the pandemic here in the UAE. And I think for us, whether we are teachers, doctors, or educators, designers, whatever profession we have, we really need to start thinking seriously of what we can contribute to the society. Okay, being invited sometimes in different sessions of art, I would like to share to you how do I travel through and what is my journey when I'm creating a piece of work. Today, I am going to share to you a piece of work that I'm currently working on right now. It's two big, massive murals, and it's never been seen, never been shared. So, well, to be honest, I shared it to one of my friends, and I would like you to see it later on. Okay, first of all, for me, the world is my canvas. I don't want to put limitations in what I do. And for all of you who are actually involved in many different specializations, I would like you to always remember these, because what I will speak to you are my research based from the Cleveland Hospital and how they use art to actually help people who are in distress, who are having, anxiety and all these different things that we actually experience. So for me, the world is my canvas. I do not want to limit myself where I should stay. I would like to share. That's why I say my world is my canvas, and I can scribble anywhere and what I want. I'm going to share to you as well an artist who does her work using lines. And I'd like you to understand that lines, scribbles are very important, okay? Whatever you will learn from here, you can use it in your report and the way you think. And right now, people that are being chosen for a specific field, they want people to be creative. Okay, so how do we define art? Art is limitless, of course. Art has no boundaries. Art has many ideas. My idea will be different from your idea. And art is everything. Whatever we do, we close our eyes, we open our eyes, we move around and we look around. We see everything. There is an art or design in it. Okay? Art does not need to be understood by everyone. However, of course, there will be different meaning. When you see things, I see it differently, you see it differently. All right? What I'd like to do while I'm talking in here, I would like some of you to unmute your microphone. When you want to say something, please feel free to interrupt me. My presentation always is not within like a box that I have to follow certain rules. I'm open for, comments while I'm presenting. Okay, so what can you see here? I know I have a dot here, all right? So I'm actually playing with dots in here, isn't it? When we present dots, we can create different shapes, okay? So I would like you to unmute your microphone because my workshop is embedded into my presentation. I would like you to give me numbers and I will connect them. Let us see if it creates a shape. All right, so we'd like to start first.
5.
All right, 5. And where do I connect that? Give me 2 numbers. Okay, 5. Ooh, that's very far. Wait, hold on for a second. Wait a minute. I think I need to hold on for a second. Okay, that's 5. Hold on. Sometimes technology is awesome. All right, so let me go back. Let me try if it works. All right, so I'm gonna put a red pen. All right, so 5, 3. Next number. Another number.
0.
There's no 0. Another number.
10.
Number 10. Oh, she's making it difficult for me. Okay, last number.
6.
Number 6. Whoops, there you go. All right. So you see, when we connect dots, we immediately create a form. All right. We have an inverted triangle in here. We can put a color in it. All right. And the other area can have another color or a picture or whatever you want to put in there. All right. So give me another number. Anyone who would like to? Give me, I'm sorry. It's actually sketching by itself. I have a ghost in my presentation. So any 3 numbers you would like to give me? So let us see what will come out of it. Come on.
1.
Number 1. Okay. What else?
8.
Number 8. Okay, perfect. All right. What else?
2.
Where's number 2 there?
4.
Number 4, and then we close it to number 1. Yeah. So you see, forming all these lines create different shapes. And when you look at it, what do you see, by the way, including the blue color here? What do you see? I'm sure you see different things. What do you see? Let me see.
I'm seeing a dancing lady.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. Dancing lady, that's excellent. What else? What else do you see?
Nandun sa star.
You can see stars.
Motorcycle.
Wow. Okay. You see, you can use this kind of technique when you're teaching because it is very important to develop the visual conceptualization of your student. You have to remember what Einstein said. Imagination is better than knowledge. All right. Sometimes we have a lot of knowledge in us, but we fail to visualize. In the body of research we're doing, sometimes we need to visualize what's the outcome. What do we want to show? What do we want to prove? And all these comes creativity. All right. So I'll move on to another part in here. So if you look at dots again, people might start from here. You go to a certain sequence and these creates movements for you. And then you're able to connect the dots. Okay. Similarly, whatever you're doing, whether you are doing research, you start with points, you start with objectives, you start with your vision, your mission. What do you want to actually accomplish, right? Okay, so let's go to the next slide. My dots doesn't want to go. All right, I'd like you to close your eyes. Let's rest for a moment. Close your eyes for a moment. I would like everyone to open your camera. I would like to see if you're following instructions. I'm sorry, this little blue does not want to leave here. All right, can I request all the audience to open their camera, please? I am watching. All right. All right, so let's all have a few seconds to close our eyes. Close our eyes. What do you see? What do you hear from your eyes? Hear. I'm not saying see. What are you hearing from your eyes when you close your eyes? There's so many things that, you know, happens when you are actually contemplating, meditating, and that can be part of your creativity. Okay, so I move on. All right, so when we're thinking here, all right, let's always remember that when we think, when we work as a group, we come up with different ideas. So as again, Albert Einstein says, we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. Right, perfect. So sometimes if we are teachers, we are lecturers, we are facilitators, trainers, all right? So we group our students. And when we group our students, we need to be open with thinking. We need to be open with ideas. We should not just say, no, it's not allowed. Because art should explore. So if you see here, I've actually visualized the word thinking in a different way. You can see some thinkers, you could see they think visually and realistically. Yeah. Some of the students would think in a different way where they have the product itself, you know, superimposed to a background. So these are kind of thinking that others would have, all right? So you can see the thinking symbol of bulb is actually created in many different ways, yeah? So what you see is different from what I see, all right? So let me go to the next one. From the dots that we connect, we can add colors into what we do. How do we actually think about colors when we're designing, when we're creating, when we're painting, or we are simply thinking of our PowerPoint presentation materials? Very simple. Maybe you can use the 4 seasons. We have the summer, spring, winter, and autumn. I know we have 2 seasons in the Philippines, all right, but doesn't matter. It produces colors by itself. So we can use colors or the different colors of the seasons, and that could help us create or use colors, all right? So another thing that we need to do, I'm gonna share this to all of you. When you're thinking of a topic or a piece of work, for me as an artist, inspiration is very important. Now, what I'm gonna share to you was a situation during the pandemic. We had a lockdown here in the UAE. I was teaching from home. I never stepped out of my house for 6 months. All right. Every time I open my eyes, I see windows of the other apartments. Okay. And guess what I have done? I visualize it as part of, it's like, I call this piece of work panels of hope. Okay. So I brainstorm, I mind map my ideas. I always mind map my ideas because it's very important. I imagine the apartment in here. There are different countries, I mean, from different countries living in these places. Maybe one from India, Philippines, for example, Europe, all right? So each of these windows represents like people living from different countries, all right? So this is the final art piece. This is actually black and silver. And you can see there are 2 windows open. So every time I look at the windows, there are 2 windows open. For what reason? Please don't ask me because I don't know. Anyway, so I actually included it in the piece of work I have done. This is called actually Panels of Hope. This was inspired from isolation, and whatever we do, there's something that we can do as an artist. Or even if you're not an artist, I believe that there is an artist in us. I believe that. All right. So let me read to you the artist statement of this work. This was submitted to the New York Art, all right, during the pandemic. It depicts the current situation of isolation and social distancing in the Dubai, United Arab Emirates. The section and panels outside my window are the only views I see, especially at night. I met with multiple windows, all right, that's what I was seeing, and each house is individual from different nations. That's how I imagine things, for sure. Each panel represents the multiple nations residing in the UAE, showing the patterns from their respective tribes. So as you can see, this is a form of abstraction. It is abstract, but a lot of research was involved in here by looking at the different patterns of different countries. Like for example, India, you can see that, all right? So you can see, for example, we talk about Pakistan, we talk about Jordan, we talk about where is the Philippines? There is Philippines somewhere here in this area. All right. So a body of research is also done using, what we call visual research, because it's very important that you know what you're painting. The black and white communicates the grief of families all over the world. In contrast, the silver represents the hope of overcoming this pandemic. I'm sorry, ladies, I'm becoming very emotional because, remember things, losing friends and acquaintances, families during this pandemic, but we still need to move on. So this is my last few words here. Yesterday is the past, and today we are awakened of a story that will be a part of history, and tomorrow is the hope and the gift of life. This is actually a piece of work that I have done that was submitted to New York. All right, so here, let's relax a little bit. Let's look at different things. All right. Hold on for a second. Let me change my tool. All right, sorry. Let me just change my tool. Okay.
If you've ever walked through an art museum, there's a moment we all experience when a piece of art stops us in our tracks. Something about that specific piece strikes you, whether a painting or a sculpture. For most people, it's not because of anything academic. It's because it triggered an emotional response. Art moves us. In fact, studies have shown that one of the main reasons people buy art is because it touches them. Mark Rothko was one of the most important painters of abstract expressionism. He once said, "The fact that people break down and cry when confronted with my pictures shows that I can communicate those basic human emotions." Emotions, or feelings, are the part of living that makes us feel alive. In fact, the actual definition of fine art has to do with emotion. According to the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, fine art is an art concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful objects. So, what is beauty? The Oxford Dictionary defines beauty as a combination of qualities that pleases the aesthetic senses, especially the sight. Basically, beauty triggers an emotional response, and fine art is an expression of beauty. But art in general doesn't have to be beautiful to touch us. Art can be stoical or even unpleasant. The point is that it brings up emotions. So how does this emotional connection happen? It all really starts with the artist. Why do we as artists paint things? We paint things because we're moved by something and we want to communicate that emotion to our viewers. It may be intentional or unintentional. An artist may purposely select an emotion for a piece and be strategic about it throughout their planning. Some artists want to make a statement with their art, and that could mean either making a political, a social, or maybe a religious statement. In a sense, that's emotional too. They feel passionately about a topic or a subject, and so they communicate that in their art. On the other hand, artists may communicate emotion unintentionally. Sometimes artists just simply paint, and if they're feeling a certain way at that time, it may convey in their artwork. For example, Jackson Pollock is one of the masters of art who suffered from depression. At one point, he even had a nervous breakdown. When you look at some of his work, you can sometimes see the expression of those feelings. And for viewers who struggle with the same issue, they may feel a special connection to his artwork. Of course, there's some art that, to our modern eyes, doesn't seem to have emotion. For example, if you consider the ancient Egyptian sculptures, they look pretty stoical when we see them. But we have to consider that perhaps to those living in ancient times, this artwork may have been very moving and represented something very meaningful, such as a physical representation of their religious beliefs. Have artists always communicated emotion in art? Absolutely. You can look back at artists like Neresi or the ancient Romans. Although it may not have become obvious to our contemporary eyes until the Renaissance in the 14 and 1500s. So how do artists convey feeling in their painting? What is it about a piece that it can touch us and make us feel something? Let's look at some paintings, both historical and contemporary, and discuss some of the tools that the artists used in order to enhance the emotion of the piece. We'll begin with a piece by Caspar David Friedrich. This painting is so powerful. What a composition! The emotion is partly in the subject matter itself. The boy threw away his crutches and is praying, but even the way Friedrich has conveyed the crutches being tossed aside tells a story. Note the pale pink at the top of what appears to be a distant church. It's a very poignant touch. This painting has a very tropical, humid feeling. The viewer can almost feel the oppression of the heat. Church uses very warm color tones. He places dramatic values in the closest foreground and then rapidly decreases the value as you move back through the scene, leaving the distant background almost completely dissolved. The hazed, visible sun completes the mood. One of the masters of communicating emotion in his painting is Winslow Homer. Look at the drama he's captured in this piece. In addition to the harrowing scene, take note of some of the small touches that give this piece impact. The fluttering red scarf, for example, or the little drips on her hand, the intense visible brush strokes that enhance the motion that's taking place. Notice how the waves guide the eye in a rocking motion. When everything's put together, it creates a very powerful painting. Now, paintings can also be very cheerful. This piece by Cuyp has a very warm, inviting feeling. And part of the reason for this feeling is his heavy use of light values. There's a lot of light. The emotion is also impacted by his combination of an almost lemony tone with a lavender blue. They are contrasting colors on the color wheel, meaning they have special impact. But because they're used so delicately, the painting still feels restful. The emotion is also set by the composition, which of course depicts tranquil water and very relaxed figures. Now, this piece by Van Gogh also uses yellow and lavender blue, more blue really, but the colors are much more intense and the brush strokes are very distinguishable. Note the power of complementary colors isn't delicate here, but rather it's taken to its full advantage to have impact. Viewers can practically feel the intensity of the sun. Another master at conveying emotion in his paintings is Turner. Look at the drama in this piece. The directional, strong brush strokes perfectly mimic the whipping rains of an ocean tempest. Now we know it's an ocean because of the wave-like, loose shapes and the stormy colors. The single ship mast gives us just enough information to put the story together, but lacks enough detail that it really draws you into contemplation. Notice, by the way, his dramatic use of white. Rembrandt was well known for his use of whites as well, but figure painters have many additional tools at their disposal. Look at the following paintings and note the use of facial expression, of position of the body, the use of color to set the mood, and the subject matter in the background. Each detail can be used to enhance the painting's expression. Now, in addition to color and expression, artists can use lines to communicate emotion. Look at these two contemporary paintings. They're both very colorful, but the one on the left uses circular, rounded lines, and the piece on the right, sharp, edgy lines. The shape of the line influences the mood of the piece. Now let's compare the rounded piece to another piece using smooth lines. Both are beautiful, but the painting with the circles comes across as very tranquil, peaceful, while the one on the right conveys energy, almost fluid motion. In this painting by Jacob Lawrence, the use of jagged lines in the figures, as well as the way the artist positioned them, gives an incredible feeling of effort and strain. Here's a portrait by Picasso in which the jagged lines are used to enhance the feeling of bitter pain, devastation perhaps, as opposed to his painting The Lovers, which is softer in line and also in color. I think artists are generally fairly emotional people. Not that we're controlled by our emotions, but that we feel deeply, we're sensitive. And if you think about it, if artists didn't feel strongly about what they were painting, the end product would be very mechanical. Emotion is what makes art an experience.
I'm going back again to the presentation that I have. I shared that specifically because most of the pieces of work that were shown in there are the pieces of work that I have seen already. I was actually very fortunate to be able to travel the world and see all these pieces of work, and they're very important for me to be shared to all of you. And again, painting has emotions, art pieces has emotions. And I think I have a friend in here I'm going to ask later. When she comes to my house, she doesn't want me to explain my work to her. All right. She wants to be alone and to contemplate and what she sees in my work. Surprisingly, she cries. So we will call her. I hope she will not run away. All right. So where do we actually start? Where do we start? Whether you are a teacher, you're not an artist, or you are an engineer, all right, there is always an artist in us. So your responsibility from today is to search for that artist in you. All right. So where do we start? We scribble. All right. These are squiggly lines. You start with lines, of course. You can start words. You can, of course, start with stickman drawing. And I think every one of us does that. Yeah? All right. So, or when we say we can start with lines, some people can actually express their lines through visuals, through forms, and they can visually create how they feel for that particular moment. All right. Another thing that we want to do is, for example, we use stick line. And yes, why not? It expresses our feelings, right? And we can actually create out of these, lines. I would like you to pay attention carefully because I'm going to give you an assignment. I'm going to give you a prize as well, but I will select only one. All right. So if you cannot express by sketching, by drawing, or by stickman, you can collect images. Images can tell a story for you. These can be a form of your inspiration. And you need to remember the current young generation are visually driven. They are visually driven. If they will see sort of a page with no visuals in it, they're not interested to read it. So if, for example, you're thinking, you're coming up with ideas, you can use pictures. Why not? Of course you can. Or you can use combination of both. For example, you have the pictures or lines and put them together, or words, you can put them together. You can actually create your own visual diary. If you have a used notebook, you can use it and put something on top of it. Let's not limit anything, to be honest. Let's not use any excuses. We can use cutouts, okay? Cutouts that would inspire us to create. And that itself, when you cut something, it produces an art for every piece of cut paper, yeah? Okay. Another thing, this is very important that I'd like you to see. When Matisse was sick already, his work now is priceless. And probably if they auction it, it would cost about, for example, 10 to 50 million euros. All right, his work is priceless already. But even during the time that he was very sick, he actually resorted to cutting. So all of that, I think you can see, I'm sure you've seen some of the images. This is from Henri Matisse. How the French people pronounce it, Henri. Anyway, I'm not sure if I pronounce it properly, but then you see there's no limitation in art. Anything that you can do can be a form of art. Okay. Now what I'd like to do as an homework, all right? There are 4 elements that you can see in here. I'd like you to capture that if you want to, all right? There's a circle there, there is a line, there's a triangle, and there's a rectangular shape, all right? It's not a square, but rectangular. You can actually form anything out of it, nothing perfect. I want you to use those 4 elements repeatedly, create something in a piece of paper, in a piece of board, whatever materials you have. I would like you to think about the theme of Happy World. By the way, this blue thing here is not included, okay? Suddenly it was when I used the pen. All right, 4 elements, remember these. You have a circle, triangle, square, rectangular, and you have a horizontal line, okay? I'd like you to create something out of it. That will be your homework. We will not discuss it in here because I have a lot of things to share to all of you. All right, by doing that, you will receive this painting from me. This is one of my collection. This is actually entitled New Resolution, and probably you will be thinking how. Whoever will receive this, I will pick one. I'd like you to send your work at susan1362@yahoo.com. I will be sending this piece of work. It's in my gallery here right now, and I will mail it wherever you are, wherever you are. If you're in the Philippines, Vietnam, who are the other participants we have in here, Denmark, for example, or US, I will surely email, or mail, not email. I will mail the original piece of work. All right, that's basically sharing my art to all of you, or to one of you. Okay, I would like you to meet an artist who simply enjoys lines and words, all right? This lady, when she graduated from the art school, she went to Japan, discover herself. She had to find herself, what she wanted to do. Well, you can see she basically draws anywhere, everywhere, car, mugs, anywhere. I will show you some parts of her work. She uses words and she uses lines. And her favorite tagline is, "Are you you?" or "You are you?" These are her favorite taglines, okay? She's a very sensitive artist based in the UK, but she's traveling around wherever she's commissioned to do a piece of work. I would like to share this to all of you, all right? So you can see here, lines. She has lines all over the streets, all right? She has words on the floor, lines on the walls, lines and curved lines, organic lines everywhere in the lift or elevator, walls, all right? This is her commissioned work. It's amazing how she does her work. Her tool is a felt pen, marker pen, and she has a lot of those. And you can see her there. See, you can see her. You can see her organic lines. Now, I think if you're quite familiar with this product called Maximara, part of her work, you can see in here, it's actually part of the design, perfume, whatever, bottles. All right, so we can create that as well. Another tagline here is, "Who are you?" All right, she uses her lines into shoes, for example, bottles or vases, clothes, shirt. These are exploration of lines. So you can continue and create whatever you can, you know. So here, this is very interesting. Let me see if I can play her video. But sometimes, you know, technology doesn't allow us. Let's wait for a little moment. If she doesn't, I will play another. This is her, and you can see all her creation. Her name is Chantel Martin. All right, so probably I will move on so that we can do a lot, because I'd like to talk to all of you after this. Hold on for a second. Okay, this one is actually more interesting to show you. Okay. Oh, technology. Wait a minute. Hold on for a second. I will do it manually so that you can see.
Provenance. Noun. The place where something originally comes from. So welcome, it's Chantal. If you're new to the channel, press subscribe and hit that bell button. I think that's the first time I've ever said that. So welcome to another episode of Provenance. And I just realized this is the first time we are outside in the world, first time we are outside of the archive. And so we are on Governor's Island, which is a little island just south of Manhattan. And we're in for a little treat today. So I'm going to show you an installation that was created in 2019 called the May Room. So let's go have a look.
Hold on, I think the video is not shared. Hold on for a second. Thank you for that, Gigi. Hold on for a second. Oh yeah, it is playing. It is playing. Can you all see it? I'm sorry. Can you all see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sorry about that. Okay, thank you.
So as you can see, I've drawn around the exterior, and we'll probably pop in and then we'll come out and we'll take you around kind of so you can see all the drawing. But let's go inside first. So welcome, we are inside the May Room. This is an installation I created in 2019, and it's the first time people have stepped into this building in over 20 years. So this original church was created during World War II and was named Our Lady Star of the Sea. It's a pretty cool name. So this church was decommissioned over 20 years ago, and I was commissioned by the Trust of Governor's Island to create an installation on the island. And so once I saw this building, I thought, this is it. And so then we went on a journey of fixing up the building, fixing holes in the roof, fixing the floor, lots and lots of fixing, and then creating a space for contemplation, freedom, and poetry. So welcome. As soon as you walk in, you're asked to take your shoes off. And I've done that so that you leave the outside outside. And you are, in a way, now you're grounded and you can start to focus on the inside inside. So you take your shoes off, and there's actually a little sign here that says, please remove shoes. And then we walk in. So as you walk in, you're greeted with this quiet space, this space that was designed for quiet, for contemplation, for poetry, for the voice, a place that was designed to help you be calm and recalibrate. So there's no power in here. There's only natural light, and it just feels really peaceful. So once you come in, the idea is that you start to walk along the lines. You start to walk through the maze, and there are words on the floor around the maze that say, may you find self. So we walk this line. And the idea here is that we are becoming calm. We are walking and meditating. We are recalibrating ourselves. And it's funny, I can already feel myself becoming a lot calmer. There's something really magical about walking and focusing and thinking. And as you become calm, in a way, you're allowing yourself to have the space and the time to look around and to start to observe and see what's around you. And so I started to look up, and then now I can see that the walls are covered in letters, and these letters are making phrases, and these phrases all begin with the word may. So right now I can see, may we not hide, may you be well, may you be kind, may we save trees, may you hear laughter, may you, may we, may you unplug. And so there are, I think, over 100 may or well wishes on this wall. And it's so nice actually that at first it just looks like a lot of letters, but as you do become calm, those letters start to take shape and become phrases and become wishes. And there's a sense that they are rising from you or falling into you. So there's something really kind of peaceful about that action of the letters. And around the walls, we see that there are other words that are quite positive, that represent this idea of taking yourself to a positive place of thinking and feeling and knowing. I'm just looking around and reading all at the same time. One day you will be you. So it's so nice to be, I guess, detached now from the work that I've created and just see it as an observer. So actually over here, I see the words, don't hide in the corner. We've seen that in a lot of my work. So the floor, the maze or the path, this idea came from a couple of projects that I had previously. So previously I worked with the New York City Ballet at the beginning of 2019, and I took over the floor of their home at the Lincoln Center. And during that time, I saw children and people kind of following along the line. And I thought, well, that's such a nice idea. Maybe I'll make that a little bit more literal next time. And so just coincidentally that the May Room was the project that followed the Lincoln Center, the New York City Ballet collaboration. So it's kind of nice how one project will lead into another. And it's kind of nice how one project will kind of extend or kind of evolve what the next project is. We also have these seats around. So if we look down, this is the letter O. And actually, I've seen a lot of little children kind of put themselves in here. But let's go over to another letter, so S. Okay, so we have the letter S here. This letter S, it weighs probably about 40 or 50 pounds, and it's created by layers and layers and layers of wood. I think it's probably 16 layers of wood, and then there is a seal that goes over it, and then that seal is painted. And I work with a fabricator in Brooklyn called Pink Sparrow to create these, and you might have noticed these in a few of my past projects. So I did an installation in Denver, downtown Denver, and I had these types of seats that spelled out the words, "Don't you hide." And I also used them again at the installation with the New York City Ballet. So there are some elements within the May Room that have been themes in past projects. So from the seats to the floor to the walls. But what's really nice about in here as well is that there are these beautiful original stained glass windows that were here beforehand. And I wanted to leave those intact so that they would bring the color. So you are walking into this very quiet, very calm black and white space. But then we have these stained glass windows. So at a certain time in the day, in the afternoon, there's such a beautiful cast of colorful light that comes into the room. And I'll find some pictures to show you of that, but it's been really beautiful to see that juxtaposition between this very calm black and white space and the color that comes in. I think also what's been interesting about just experiencing the May Room when people are in here is that kids run in, but there's something calm about them. They're not screaming, they're not shouting, they're curious, they're intrigued, they're searching, they're wandering, they're looking. But there is a sense that they are aware of the type of space that they're in. So let's go over here and look at some Mays, because I want to show you something as well. So here we have, for example, may your lights shine. May you find clarity and guidance. So as I said, there's over 100 mays in this wall. And now these mays have, what's the right word? Inspired? I guess that's a good word. These mays have inspired other projects. So for example, in my pocket, okay, let me pull these out. In my pocket, I have some key tags that you can buy at the Whitney Museum shop. And these key tags are made by various key tags, but let me bring that forward. Can you see that? So it says, may you find love. May you pick up a pen and draw. May you have a heart full of kindness. So I started to extract the maze from this installation and implement it into other projects or other products. So you'll find them in these key tags. I've also used them, I think May 2020, I did a project with the Slowdown, where every day for the month of May, I wrote out one of these May wishes. And I think the last place that I used some of the Mays is in a micro website that is promoting Chantel Sands. And Chantel Sands is not out yet, but it's a project that we'll get to know about in the future. But Chantel Sands is a typeface that is built or based on my handwriting. And so we created a micro site that features some of the May wishes. So it's really fun to see elements from past projects in here, and then this space now is to see elements from here come into other projects. So everything's connected, everything's like a chain. You know, as an artist, I couldn't have got here without creating this, and I couldn't have got here without creating other projects like the New York City Ballet or the project I did with the Denver, the Denver Public Art that I did there. So it's really nice to see how everything is connected and how everything informs each other. But what I'd love you to do now is I'd love you just to take a look around. I'd love you to look at some of the drawing and and then, you know, kind of take it all in. Enjoy that idea of like being here and imagine kind of being calm and taking your shoes off and leaving the outside and walking that maze and then starting to look around.
All right, she's one of the very sort of favorite artists that I have. I look at all the work that she's actually sharing to people, and if you are interested, you can actually look for her name. Hold on for a second. Let me just go back to my presentation. I'm not sure why it's not sharing. Hold on a second. I'm gonna remove and share it again. All right, there you go. So let me go back again to, all right, so as we say, art can be anything. And if you look at the work of Chantel Martin, actually, I'd like you to really explore her work. Her name is Chantel Martin. If you go to YouTube, she has her own channel. At the same time, the video that you have seen was just released this month. All right, this is a documentation of her work. You can also, I was actually thinking, like, if I happen to travel to New York, I'll be able to visit her studio. And she has a lovely studio. She has also, it's also available in her channel, so you can see it. So again, let me go back to art. And these are simply lines. Again, lines can bring you to anything. And when you are sad or you are lonely or you're missing someone or you're missing someone part of your family, you can specifically use lines, you know, and then you'll forget about, you know, all the sadness you have. But, you know, for us being an artist, I also have art therapy. I do art therapy here in Dubai, and most of the people coming to my class are Eastern Europeans or Europeans. And you can see how people wants to take out from, you know, remove from the usual thing that they do and be out of the usual routine work and pressure and stress, you know, so they attend classes, which is called Heal Your Heart or art therapy. Okay, so let me move on to another artist. This artist is one of my favorites. When I was studying, I did a lot of research about Claude Monet. In fact, one of our projects in the University of Santo Tomas, where I studied my Bachelor's of Fine Arts, was actually to look at your favorite artists and actually recreate their work. And one of the work that I have done was from Claude Monet. I was so excited when I saw a piece of work, not only a piece of work, a priceless work of Claude Monet when I went to Hungary. Hungary has a lot of collections from the masters, and these are all priceless paintings. He's one of the French Impressionists. You can see his work. You cannot appreciate it when you're looking at it very close. You need to stay back a little bit because he's an Impressionist. Impressionism has a lot of texture in the work. I am combined Impressionist and abstract artist, because if you look at my work, I will be actually sharing to you my augmented reality exhibition, and you can actually explore that. My work has a lot of textures as well. So I'd like to also continue and share to you one of the modern work of Alexander Calder, which he likes to do installation. This is an installation. So This is also derived from the work of the modern artists like Miro and Mondrian. I've seen all their work in Europe. For example, Miro, I've seen, I think I need to go back to Barcelona to be able to actually look at most of his work, because I did not have the chance to visit his museum when I was there, because I was invited by Adobe to be a speaker, and I delivered workshop, and I hope one day I can go there and visit. However, in the Philippines, we have a lot of wonderful artists that you can visit. You can also look at the our museum in the Philippines. You know, you can explore a lot of the artists that we have in there, like masters. All right. Now let me go back to the work of Henry Matisse. All right. This was already when she was bedridden. She did not stop. She was cutting and cutting and cutting paper. All right. So Henry Matisse created some of the best known art in the final decade of his life. This is the time that he was already very sick. However, he did not stop. He continued creating. And at the same time, all of these pieces of work are now priceless. All right. He described this as cut out work, as a drawing with scissors. Okay. To be honest, I don't know how to use scissors. I'm also a graphic designer, but I use cutters, or you know what you call it, cutters and stencil knives, okay? Because we use that when I used to teach printing. But pair of scissors is not my tool, but he is very good in cutting. For him, he's actually sketching using scissors, pairs of scissors. And this is one of the very few famous work of Matisse, and you can see it. And actually the very last piece was a glass work for a church, and you can see here he was already very sick. He was cutting as he built all the concept for this church. All right. So another thing is, this time I would like to share some of my creation. And how do I think as an artist? What do I do? All right. Now, to my fellow educators, my fellow artists, my fellow designers, documenting your work is a very important practice that you can do, because you can see more ideas when you document your work. Okay, so I'm going to share to you a commissioned work that I have not shown to anyone. Okay. This is going to be part of the Expo 2020. It's actually in my gallery here. I can't show it to you right now because I just want to show you the concept and how I started thinking about this concept. As an artist, you need to be sensitive with the whole environment you have. You need to be sensitive with people. You need to be sensitive with ideas. You need to be sensitive with the research work that you're doing and implement it to be a visual piece of work. So I'm going to show you the concept of kata, all right? While I was doing my research, I was actually thinking of what is the best way to actually showcase who we are as Filipinos in the Expo 2020. If you are not in Dubai, you have not visited Dubai, and you're intending to visit Dubai, the Expo 2020 will be running up to March. And it is actually worth it to visit. There's a lot of information and innovation, sustainable projects that are being presented by 192 nations. And I am privileged that that I have been commissioned to work on these two pieces. I am very emotional to do this because kata is probably revelation of what I do and how I work. I normally keep my work to myself, but anyway, let me explain to you what the word kata is. While I was doing my research, kata means ikaw at ako, tayo, or you and I is equal to we. All right, we. In the modern world, where we move, whether it's in education or art or design, being we is important. You cannot be alone by yourself. You need to be doing collaborative work with others. You need to share. You need to be with others to share ideas. So for me, this word kata is very important. I found out that the word kata is an old word that means kita or tayo, yeah, in the Filipino language. And I never knew about it. So my elements in the work that I'll be showing you are 4 elements, no 5 elements to be honest. We have the earth, the air, fire, and water. These is the elements of nature. And I have placed in here man, because we are partners for the elements of nature. Okay. Now, this is very important for me to share it to you because this is the very first time that I was asked by an architect who's also a graduate of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. I said to him, oh, by the time I think you were there as a student, I was leaving PUP, because I was also part of the teaching team of the architecture. But this is one thing that I'd like to share to all of you. Our responsibility is to make and reinvent ourselves, to be unparalleled. Always remember this, unparalleled. We should not be like others. We should be different. We should be unique and leave our legacy of excellence to the next generation. It is very important because the next generation will run the country, will run the world, will run everything, what we will be living, okay? So sorry, I will not play that because there's music. This was the piece of work that I have presented to the team who will approve my work. So while I was thinking about it, all right, let me allow you to hear my voice because this is the original presentation I've created.
Thinking with lines. Lines were used to represent different elements of nature, although simplifying the symbolic elements to create a visual pattern that will look and represent each of the elements of nature may look simple. When you reduce the visual elements into lines, it's reduced to an element.
All right, so as you can see,
with lines.
Hold on for a second.
Lines were
as you can see, all the lines I was exploring here. At the same time, I was worrying about the size of the canvas because the commissioned work was 1.9 meters by 2.4 meters, and there's 2 of them. Where they will use this will be a part of the Expo 2020 Philippine Pavilion. They want it to be the centerpiece when they enter the pavilion. They want it to be screaming like anything. I started thinking that because I'm a muralist, I enjoy the large formats. Okay, I find restrictions when I'm being asked to paint on a small piece of canvas. But having been commissioned to do this work, I just realized that it's okay to be free. It's okay not to be understood by people. For me as an educator, it matters for me. It matters. Why? Because I want my students to understand what I'm saying. But in art, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So you can see in here, I was scribbling for days and nights. I was scribbling. I did not include the rest of them, but I scribbled like anything. Because for me, it is important to find that particular line. Because the instruction here by architect Royal, I think some of you knows him, is very famous now here because of the work that he created in here. He said, I want you to be you. You should not worry if people cannot understand your work. These are the planning stage. He was sending me messages. He said to me, let your pattern be inspired by nature, not ethnic, because a lot of my work is based on ethnic art of the Philippines, all right? And then he said, I would like you to look at nature and not to be inspired by other existing work of pattern. It needs to be simple. It needs to be different. It needs to be something, lines that people cannot understand, that only you can understand. This is very important for me as an artist because I stopped painting for 25 years because I have a long story, a long reason why, but it is important to doodle. Whether you're studying engineering, architecture, graphic design, or anything, science, math, whatever. It's good to do though. In fact, when I was studying, I never wrote, I was never writing notes. I was doodling forever. But my doodles would allow me to understand the lecture, surprisingly. All right. So these are the journey that I had. Lines, 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 because this is such a big piece of work. Believe it or not, you will be probably wondering, what is this? This is a slice from the cake during the inauguration of the Expo 2020, the Philippine Pavilion. This is created by one of the famous chefs currently based in here. These are a mixture of different flavors. And for us and for me, this is how I see Filipinos. We are from different parts of the Philippines. We speak different dialects, but we are one. We are one. You may be different from me. I might be different from you. And the way I think is different from how you think. However, we blend. All right. And this is how I see this cake here. This is actually a texture of a cake. And can you see, while they were cutting, I was so busy capturing, looking at images so that it could inspire me. And little did I know that it can be also part of my painting. So I explored and explored, nonstop exploring. I started writing, for example, the artist statement. I will read it. I will not play the audio. I will read it for you. I do not expect comprehension, nor to understand what it is. Look for a moment and close your eyes. What do you feel? What do you see? What can you visualize as you close your eyes? The gap and the space between you and the art piece is the meaning of what I want you to see. So when you see the piece of art, it may be different in terms of concept. I call it ikaw at ako, means kata. So if you look at, I have actually created a mock-up in here so that you can see. I had to paint a small one for me to present my idea. And this is my inspiration, the 2 slices of cake. So believe it or not, okay. So I have explained it as metallic. I work heavily on metallic paints, all right. So this is where it will be placed later on, all right. So this is idea number 1, all right. Then I like you to see it and listen to the music and how it connects to you, because I'm going to ask you a question: which of the 3 images will you actually choose? I would like to see if you're connected to the piece of work that I'm doing, right? So this one, the music is Calm. It's called Calm by Exlo Zico. And again, for the second one, this is about pointillism. Pointillism, I have a phobia of dots, uniform dots. If the dots are uniformly set, I run away. But this one, Architect Real said, you should be you. You should not be scared. You should be you. All right, I'll do that. So my artist statement here is: look from afar and you will see through. These 2 pieces are breakthrough of fears, revelation and truthfulness without pretensions that are essentials to moving forward. This is what I was feeling, all right? To accept who you are can bring the nature of understanding oneself. And this is what you need to think, you know, when you're going through depression or you're lost, you cannot understand how you will think. Remember what I said, okay? Truthfulness will bring you through, okay? These art pieces must be viewed from afar, meaning you should not be close to it. We need to see and understand it from a distance. It will surely define the meaning of the message. All right, the message that you will receive is different from what the others will see. That is very important. So I'm going to show you the work. This is actually inspired by Shura. Trust me, I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish this if this is chosen, because I have phobia of dots. I have a dot here. Sorry, I'll be repeating that. So this is the mock-up. All right, I'd like you to listen to the sound. The music was actually composed by Discount Fireworks Company. It is called dots. All right, again, you can see the art piece. It will be kata 1 and kata 2. This will be a centerpiece in the pavilion. All right. So the third one, all right, so this is looking from a different distance. And the third one is this. Lines drawn are continuous and spontaneous. They are celebration of movements. Let the nature of movement sense it, feel it, and let it travel. Again, I'm going back to lines. Let's find our meaning, our worth, and who we are. We are spontaneous, right? As Filipinos, we blend, all right? We blend with everyone, with every nationalities, okay? We nurture, and let's find our worth. It is very important, okay? So I'm gonna show you the third one. So I'd like you to listen to it. This is also called, this was composed by Salo Siko, and the music is called Movements. All right, so this is the view from the other side. Remember, I will share again the brief from the architect. All right, 1, he wanted me to be free. Number 2, he wanted me to be spontaneous. Number 3, he wants it to represent who we are as Filipinos. Okay, I will be asking you after the end of the presentation. All right, I'll be asking, which do you prefer, 1, 2, or 3, and why? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm a teacher. So anyway, some pieces of work that I have, all right, I think my students would always remember my signature. It's Zusan, that's my artist name. I convert some of my digital pieces, not digital pieces, my painting into scarves. All right, so you can see that. This one is called Flowers in Heaven. This has a very long story, and we will not finish if I continue talking to you about it. All right, this one is a festival in the Philippines called Tinagba. This is actually a festival in Iriga City where I grew up. All right, and this one is the current, the black with lines. This is actually part of the Pintados, my research about Wang Od's work. And I also designed, wacky neckties. All right, so that's, I guess, the end of my presentation. I would like to invite you to view my augmented reality exhibition. I'll probably copy and paste this and share it in the chat room. All right, and of course, these are the things that I share and I support. I support the Power Technical Training Center that is located here in Dubai. They are offering technical courses for Filipinos and other nationalities as well. One of the work that I'm pushing through, this is a community project, Art and Soul, and hopefully I can push through with this. And of course, I do Heal Me through art, and currently developing eShare online learning because that's one of my specialization that I took during my master's, and that's my contact number and my email address. All right. So there you go. So I'm going to copy, hold on for a second. I'm going to stop the sharing. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Anybody? Do you have any question from Miss Susan?
I'm sharing the link here for my augmented reality online exhibition, so you can see some of the work that I do. Yeah, anyone, you can ask me any question, either art, studies, whatever. Yeah, go ahead.
But how different is the culture in UAE compared here in the Philippines in terms of art appreciation?
Oh, okay. All right. So I think coming here in the United Arab Emirates, I stopped actually painting for 25 years for many reasons, economic, of course, and at the same time, space, because I love working in a big space. As a muralist, you need to have a lot of space. Okay, what is the difference between the UAE and the Philippines? I will not compare it, but I will say two different things. The Filipinos are very creative, and this is where we are lacking up in our education. And this will be part of my probably research or my doctoral program, is to actually how to incorporate art education, because a lot of the children who studied here in the UAE, even if they're grade 6, grade 10, they can talk about art, okay? But I think that needs to be inculcated in the education of the Philippines so that we can understand what we're doing. Because let me tell you why, a lot of Filipinos are very creative. And that was the reason why I enjoyed teaching at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, because a lot of students are creative, they're very good in terms of skills. Now here in the UAE, this is where I rediscovered myself, that I found acceptance in here, because my work is not realistic, my work is abstract, my work is representational. Not everyone could understand my piece, the pieces that I do, So I found myself in here. Or it's probably because when I was in the Philippines teaching, I was very busy teaching, running around, moving to different places, like I was a consultant for one company, then I ran to PUP to teach architecture or to teach in the industrial engineering. And then in the evening, I go and run as an art director, for the publication of PUP. At the same time, I was the advisor for memorabilia. If you are a PUP student, I guess you know what is memorabilia. So I was part of it. So I had a lot of these separated interests that I'm trying to fulfill, but in here, I was more focused on what I really wanted to do. Yeah, so but both countries are very much into art. That's the reason why the Expo 2020, we're celebrating the creativity of the Filipinos. That's the main theme of our pavilion. Yes. Any other questions? Okay.
I think there's no other question, Ma'am Susan.
All right, sure.
Okay. Thank you for.
Ma'am, si Ma'am Anna Liza have a question.
Sure.
Is the art concept is based on the art's design, or you may base it based on your belief or preferences?
Everything. That's the reason why I like art, because you're not confined to a specific discipline, for example. All right. So art can be from your preference. Let me define the two things. Design is different from art. Okay. If you are a designer, you are specifically delivering what is required in the industry, or what is the requirement of the client. Okay. But in art, it is you. It is you and whatever you want to share. Okay. So that's the difference between the two. Another thing, let me just read again the question. Is art concept based on other art? Sometimes, yes. Art is actually a recycling of ideas that exist already before. But, you present it in a different way. And always, when we say art, we always have inspiration. It could be an artist, or we probably were inspired by a message. We're inspired by a color, or we are inspired by many things that revolve around us. Okay. I'm not sure. Can you check Engineer Josie? If I have a friend who was in the Gigi. Sorry. Gigi is also an engineer. She's also an industrial engineer. I would like to ask her, because when she sees my work, when she comes to my house, she sees my work, she cries. I don't know why. So probably, you remember we were actually discussing about you connect to the art piece. art has emotions. So maybe we can ask her. I would be interested to know. I never asked her. So Gigi, would you like to answer my question?
She around?
Oh yes, yeah, she is. She is our Toastmaster master.
Hello. Yeah. It's good evening here in California. I think it's morning. Is it afternoon there, Philippines now?
Afternoon, almost 4 p.m.
Yeah. Right. Good afternoon, everyone present here, and thank you so much, Professor Sue, for giving me this impromptu opportunity. They see in Toastmaster we have something called a stable topic when you're given a topic and you're not prepared and you just have to speak. So this is a great example for that. But nevertheless, let me take this opportunity to greet all of you. Well, I know that as what I've listened is that most of you are into graphics and to education, into arts. So you are my type engineers. You're my type of people. And hearing Professor Sue speak formally, of course, I've heard her speak before. But every time she delivers a presentation, it's always unique. And there's always something new that I can learn from her. So as soon as I finish my event in Australia via Zoom, I straight away managed to attend. So with the question that she asked me, it is definitely very difficult to express in words. That's why I usually have that strong emotion that I could not speak it, but I just have tears flowing on my face on my face, and that's usually early morning when I sleep over her place, and when it's just the two of us, we really have a lot of fun. We fool around in front of other people because I'm also an educator, so we have the luxury of having the respect of everyone, thinking that we are that serious all the time. But when it's just the two of us, our craziness, our all the things that the others don't see, we do it for fun. But I love her company. But when I'm looking at her paintings, I would like to be alone.
I don't know why.
Well, I think it's because I wanted to really contemplate, and it's like the experience of having a meditation. Could you please raise your hand if you do meditation, or do you spend time alone, like just to rediscover yourself? Okay, so we've got some answers there. Or do you just do in Kapampangan? Any of you Kapampangan here, we say muni-muni, magmuni-muni ka. Sabihan na, no? In Kapampangan, we say magmuni-muni ka. So for me, I look at the paintings of Professor Susan. I fondly call her Sue. And there are paintings that can just really express nothing but purity, but the purity of love, the love that you could feel from her heart. I mean, she have a very generous heart to love people, her family, her friends, humanity, her students, her mentees, and it's reflecting in all her paintings. And I also see her as someone who is a channel of God. God is love, right? And when you look at her paintings, you will see the beauty of nature that God has created. She got a collection of paintings. They're all flowers. And these flowers are not the ordinary flowers that you see in a flower shop. They are flowers from the budding fruits, vegetables that you cannot imagine ever existed in the Philippines. Maybe someday you could request her to have an exhibition of that. So you could see there how great is our Creator. So she is a channel of God to show us the beauty of nature that we yet need to discover. And she's also, I feel, the channel of God for us to see the realities of life, the things that may not be pleasing, but they could be lessons. But if you look at some of her paintings as well, they express positivity. They express hope. They express, as I said, love. And with that, you feel like you're uplifted. Like when I look at her painting, I feel better. I feel like I'm blessed. Because our emotions could be the 6 major emotions are sadness, happiness, fear, what else? Anger, surprise, and disgust, right? But her paintings could represent this in a different way. If it is in a negative way, she would be able to present it in a positive way. As you have seen from that the painting of the windows, I also had tears in that. When she spoke to me, I mean, she shared that to me. Well, I was just listening. But when she was asleep early morning, I woke up again. And I was looking at it and I was so touched, really touched. Because despite the pandemic, how devastating it is, how so depressed you can be, she still see the positivity in it. And I think that's a great lesson to learn from Professor Sue. You are so blessed tonight. I heard the entire presentation. And I think she's getting better and better every presentation. It looks like this is one of the best that to all of you, and I do hope that you will be inspired to be a channel as well, so that others will see things that they may not see unless you have shown it to them.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mom.
Okay.
Josie. Thank you for giving me this opportunity
I just
to
want
speak.
to read some of the questions. I think I would like to greet Tess Mungutu, was my colleague in the College of Engineering before. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So,
Hi.
Hi. Oh, where are you? Oh, I miss the Philippines. 2 years I've not been home. All right. Don't worry. I'll visit you guys. All right. So in here we have questions in here. Thank you for sharing the work of Chantel. You're most welcome. I'd like you to revisit her work because she has a lot of positivity as well. So a piece of work should not always be negative. All right. In fact, my principle in life is I don't paint, I don't touch my canvas when I'm upset, because I do not want to pass the negativity through my work. Okay. So let me just read. Yes, of course, documenting is very important. Thank you.
She's asking, Ma'am, if it's better to do your work in a quiet or is it better in a noisy environment?
Okay. 2 things. When I'm studying, believe it or not, I play the radio online, I play the TV, and I have my telephone running another video, and I try and learn and put myself into a bubble, and then I concentrate. But when I'm painting, I want to be on my own, like I am in a big, massive garden that I can hear only the sound of nature. So I play. We have, you know what, if you're studying, some of you, if you're studying, you can actually play, you can go to YouTube, you can play music that would just, you can listen to it. And motorcycle. All right. So yeah, you can actually, I listen to music and I'd like to be in a quiet place when I'm painting. Thank you for that question. Any other question? Yeah.
I think wala na po, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That's great. Yeah.
Daryl, Doc A.
Thank you very much for our speaker. And let's proceed to the awarding of certificate of recognition. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Ms. Susan Villanueva de Guzman in grateful acknowledgement of her distinguished and invaluable service rendered at the National Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology 2021 with the theme Accelerating Research for a Resilient and Sustainable Global Community in the midst of November. Dr. Elmer de Jose, the Dean of Graduate School of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, Dean and Faculty of Technology, University Board Member of Banlang University, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin de la Cruz, the President of MRSPNCR Chapter, and the overall chair. Okay. Let us now proceed to the most awaited part of today's session. But first, let us call once again Dr. Arvin de la Cruz to reiterate the criteria.
Thank you, Darrell. Okay, just to give you an insights of the criteria for the award. So we have the best research paper is being evaluated based on relevance of the topic to the team, content of the presentations, organizations of the presentations, relevance of the research approach and methodology, and then we have the overall impact of the research. Now, there are top 3 that have been identified per track. So every track there would be 3 awardees, and one of them would be the best research paper per track. While for the presenter, it should be the best presenter for the session. So, or per track, because in management, there are 2 sessions. So, because there are a lot of management entry. So we have, for the best presenter, we have the presentation style, 30%, verbal interaction, communication aid, and overall impact of the presentations. Now, in lines with to a one paper conference, since the topic is too wide, so we decided to identify 8 per track. On humanities sector, we have sciences, education, management, engineering, and technology. Thank you, Daryl. Back to you.
Okay, now for our humanities track. For humanities, the best research presenter is Dr. Ting Tintin for Artificial Intelligence Art, Attitude, and Perceptions Toward Human versus Artificial Intelligence.
Congratulations.
This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Ting Tintin for being the best research presenter for humanities at the first virtual international conference on humanities, education, sciences, management, accelerating research for a resilient and sustainable global community in the midst of the pandemic, held on the 25th to 27th of November 2021 via Zoom, signed by Professor Elmer D. Jose, Associate Professor Lei Kim On, and Associate Professor Dr. Arvin de la Cruz. Next. Again, for humanities, the third place for best research paper is for Raymond Joseph R. Kalingasan for development and validation of the Jonah Complex inventory. Congratulations, Sir Raymond. Moving on, let's go to the second place best research paper for Ichesmet is Ichesmet 106. Josein Kevin Dalumpines for the Memoirs of Marawi, a Bartesian semiological study of the war. Congratulations. Next. For Humanities, Best Research Paper is awarded to Angel A. Sarmiento for Personal Financial Practices of Military Personnel of Armed Forces of the Philippines. Next.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. For Humanities, third place, Outstanding Research Paper, we have, again, Josen Kevin Dalumpines for Memoirs of Marawi, a Bartesian Semiological Study of the War. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And we have second place, Outstanding Research Paper is for Raymond Joseph R. Kalingasan, the development and validation of the Jonah Complex Inventory. Congratulations again. Humanities Most Outstanding Research Paper, we have Dr. Ting Tin Tin, Artificial Intelligence Art, Attitudes and Perceptions Toward Human versus Artificial Intelligence Artwork. Next. For education, we have, next slide please. The best research presenter for education is Nathaniel Valencia, using AV materials with subtitles as tools to develop 8th grade students' performance in English proficiency tests. Congratulations. And we have the third place, best research paper. We have, again, Nathaniel Valencia, using AV materials with subtitles as tools to develop 8th grade students' performance in English proficiency test. Congratulations. And for the second place, for best research paper, we have Renz Vincent Tagalog for reading comprehension and writing performance of grade 10 students basis plan for an intervention plan. Congratulations. And for the best research paper for education, we have Navita Al-Iyakdeni for online learning, students' perception, and students' learning success. Congratulations. For education's third place outstanding research paper, we have Renz Vincent Tagalog for reading comprehension and writing performance of grade 10 students, a basis for an intervention plan. Next, we have education second place outstanding research paper goes to Novita Al-Iyakdeni, online learning students, perception, and students' learning success. We have the most outstanding research paper goes to Nathaniel Valencia, online learning students, perception, and students' learning success. Congratulations. Now let's move on to sciences. We have best research presenter goes to Charles Darwin Godinez for promoting mathematical discourse in an online learning environment, the instructional power of mathematical internet means. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We have the third place for best research paper for Charles Darwin Godinez, promoting mathematical discourse in an online learning environment, the instructional power of mathematical internet means. Congratulations. Next, we have the second place for best research paper, Tu Nguyen Dui, design, modeling, and CFD simulation of parallel plate fin heat sink under natural convection. Congratulations. We have the best research paper goes to Dr. Ngok Fong Tao Nguye for simultaneous dye degradation and bacterial inhibition in aqueous solution using CO zinc-based composites. Congratulations. Next, we have third place for outstanding research paper goes again to Dr. Ngok Fong Tao Nguye, simultaneous dye degradation and bacterial inhibition in aqueous solution using CO zinc-based composites. Next, congratulations again. We have the second place outstanding research paper goes to Charles Darwin Godinez for promoting mathematical discourse in an online learning environment, the instructional power of mathematical internet memes. Congratulations. And we have the most outstanding research paper goes to Tu Nguyen Dui for design, modeling, and CFD simulation of parallel plate fin heat sink under natural convection. Congratulations. For management, the best research presenter is Engineer Kizel Joy M. Salvador for musculoskeletal discomfort of regular government employees, an ergonomic study for computer workstation environment.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Next, we have Engineer Joselinda Golpeo, the application of quality management system in facilities management sector as the third place for best research paper.
Congratulations.
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 Okay, we have again second place for best research paper. We have Engineer Crizel Joy M. Salvador for her research paper. Excuse me. We have the best research paper for management from Dr. Patterson L. Encambo with Artificial Intelligence in Supply Chain, Status and Constraints in the Philippine Experience.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, again, we have the best research presenter for management, Ngok Kim Nguyen for Shiriav Zhao Trading Strategy in Developed and Emerging Markets and its use to detect investors multiple holding. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Next, we have the third place for best research paper. We have Ngok Kim Kan Nguyen for, again, the Zhao Trading Strategy in Developed and Emerging Markets and its use to detect investors multiple holding. Congratulations. Now we have the second place for best research paper. We have Shiny Rose Salem for the correlation study of personal entrepreneurial competency and academic performance in business, finance, and principles of marketing among ABM students. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We have the best research paper from Christian P. Montemayor for the initiatives and mechanisms towards culture of quality and innovation and management. Congratulations.
Congrats. Congratulations.
We have the third place for outstanding research paper from Valentin S. Gabor for the assessment on the functionality of housing, community development, and resettlement department of Quezon City to Article 2 of the 2018 Affordable Housing Code, SP 2771, towards an improved socialized housing program and services. Congratulations.
Congrats.
We have the second place for the outstanding research paper from Engineer Bernadette B. Garcia for Intellectual Property Management System of Academic Institutions toward the improvement of technology transfer mechanism. Congratulations.
Congrats.
For management, the most outstanding research paper is from Christian T. Montemayor for Initiatives and Mechanisms towards Culture of Quality, Innovation, and Management.
Congrats.
For engineering, let's go. We have the best research presenter goes to Dr. Ferdinand Batayola for design of Pawikan, a utility model of an ocean wave energy harvester. Congratulations, Doctor.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
We have third place for best research paper from Engineer Julie Ann P. Sapitula for the development of building automation system using programmable logic controller in the College of Engineering of DIMSU MLUC. Congratulations.
Congrats.
For the second place for best research paper, we have Engineer Melodia T. Pahati for the oxyhydrogen generator as fuel supplement for motorcycle engine. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We have the best research paper from Dr. Ferdinand Batayola, the design of Pawikan, a utility model of an ocean wave energy harvester. Congratulations, Doctor.
Congratulations po.
Next, we have the third place for the outstanding research paper. We have Engineer Melodia T. Pahati for the oxyhydrogen generator as a fuel supplement for motorcycle engine. We have the second place for outstanding research paper goes to Dr. Ferdinand Batayola for the design of Pawikan, a utility model of an ocean wave energy harvester. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So we have the most outstanding research paper goes to Engineer Carlo N. Romero for the fruit dying during the pandemic, designing Raspberry Pi based smart proof mechanism for food preservation.
Congratulations.
For technology, we have the best research presenter goes to Jonardo R. Asor for the Android-based application for senior high school track suitability recommendation using Myers-Briggs personality test. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We have the third place best research paper goes to Cherry Rose Concha, MIT, for the a priori algorithm applied in job forecasting with elective tracking. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
For the second place best research paper, we have Oliver B. Sapitula for the development of mobile application-based learning module for electrical system design.
Congratulations.
We have the best research paper goes to Jonardo R. Asor for the Android-based application for senior high school track suitability recommendation using Myers-Briggs personality test. Congratulations. We have the third place outstanding research paper goes to Dr. Sulistiani Sutarlan for the web-based learning model in improving performance. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So we have the second place for the outstanding research paper goes to Cherry Rose V. Concha for the a priori algorithm applied in job forecasting with elective tracking. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
We have the most outstanding research paper goes to Jonardo R. Asor for the Android-based application for senior high school track suitability recommendation using Myers-Briggs personality test. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all.
There we go. Congratulations to our best presenters, best research papers, and the outstanding research papers. Now may we call on Dr. Carmencita L. Castolo, the Executive Director of PUP Open University.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. I am very much thrilled and very happy to be part of this very successful event. And I thank all the people involved for its wonderful presentation. The ultimate objective of the Ichesmet 2021, as reflected in the theme, was, I believe, achieved. Through the presentations and talks, we were able to accelerate research for a resilient and global community. All this we did in the midst of this troublesome pandemic. The success of this event was likewise a product of our collaboration with various prestigious organizations, such organizations which included the Van Lan University of Vietnam and the Mechatronic and Robotics Society of the Philippines National Capital Region Chapter brought a fresh perspective to our event. Our conference was not only international, but was multifaceted as well, as it delivered outstanding outcomes and challenges in various important disciplines. It propagated original research conclusions, new approaches, and developmental practices that yielded actual results. We thank our expert speakers in the different fields for this 3-day event of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines for sharing their precious time, their valued experiences, and of course, their expertise to the students and professionals present here. Thank you to all the participants and research presenters, and congratulations to the best presenters. Much appreciation to the PUP colleges, officials, and faculty from the College of Science, College of Computer and Information Sciences, College of Arts and Letters, College of Business Administration, College of Political Science and Public Administration, College of Social Sciences and Development, College of Engineering, Institute of Technology, and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines Open University System. With great thanks to Laguna University, University of Perpetual Health Dalta, LPU Laguna, Isabela State University, FEU Institute of Technology, University of the East, TUP Taguig, ICPEP Singapore, St. Michael's College of Laguna, Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Semarang, Indonesia, and other PUP international partner universities. My congratulations to the organizers, spearheaded by the Graduate School Research and Extension Office of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, headed by no less than Dr. Arvin de la Cruz, and of course, the Dean of the PUP Graduate School, Dr. Elmer de Jose, in partnership with the Van Lan University of Vietnam and the Mechatronic and Robotics Society of the Philippines National Capital Region Chapter. Collaboration with other institutions is likewise highly valued. Without them, this first virtual international conference on humanities, education, sciences, management, engineering, and technology would not have been possible. Thank you for the trust, confidence, and assistance. And of course, to the PUP administration, headed by our dynamic university president, Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, and the members of the executive committee. Thank you for the support and the trust you have given for this event. With much pride, pleasure, and delight, I am so thankful. And as we end our international conference, I pray for everyone's safety and well-being. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Castolo. And now let us acknowledge the hard work of our Ichesmet 2021 committee. Presenting the organizing committee and the executive committee, we have Dr. Arvin de la Cruz for his conference overall chairman and the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and the president of MRSP chapter, NCR chapter. We have Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, conference co-chair and from Vanlang University. We have the Vice Chairman for Research Presentation, Engineer Pedrito M. Tenerife, the Vice Chairman for Webinars, Engineer Joselinda M. Golpeo, and the Vice Chairman for Publication, Dr. Philip Ermita. For the organizing committee and the committee chairs, we have Committee Chair for Program and Invitation and the Editor-in-Chief, Dr. Rafael Michael O. Paz, and the Committee Chair for Proceeding with Books of Abstracts, Dr. Divina T. Pasumbal. Dr. Benilda Eleanor V. Comendador and Engineer Julius Casino. Engineer Orlando V. Pahabera and Dr. Christopher F. Sasso. Engineer Florinda Oquindo and Engineer Orlean G. De La Cruz. We have the conveners and coordinators, Engineer Arvin J. Austria and Yelin Seska M. Patino. Dr. Alexis John M. Rubio and Engineer John Ruel E. Peña. We have Engineer Rika Jane Posca and Engineer Yolanda D. Austria. We have Dr. Angelite Dehia and Engineer Rolito Mahugway. Engineer Jose Marie B. Dipay and Maria Gemaline S. Austria. We have Engineer Edelito Handig and Engineer Ferdinand O. Natividad. We have the Technical Session Committee, Dr. John Mark Distor, Dr. Ricardo L. Dizon, and Engineer Orlando D. Tubula. For the moderators and evaluators, we have Dr. Philip Ermita, Dr. Elmer D. Jose, Dr. Romeo P. Peña, and Dr. Ruel Meliosa. We have Dr. Neil Balba, Dr. Gino Andres, Engineer Orlando Tubula, and Engineer Orlean de la Cruz. We have Dr. Nelson Rodelias, Dr. Romano Neira, Dr. Marion Crescencio, and Dr. Louis Lacata. For the Technical Support Committee, we have Dr. Joseph Raniel Vianes, Engineer Clarence Bologna, Engineer King Ivan Mauhay, and Engineer Arleth de Los Angeles. We have International Advisory Committee. We have Dr. Sonny Joseph Caliantangcal, Dr. Christian Endelia, and Associate Professor Trani Liu. We have Dr. Ernesto J. Juarez, Associate Professor Dr. Lei Kim On, and Ms. Jennifer Bailon Verances.
I'll take it over here, Daryl. Dr.
Sure.
Numing Hong, Dr. Architect Echo Norsanti, Dr. Ryan S. Evangelista. Next slides, please. The Steering Advisory Committee are as follows. Dr. Manuel M. Muhi, the PUP President, Dr. Emmanuel C. Guzman, Vice President for Academic Affairs of PUP, and PUP Graduate School Dean, Dr. Elmar G. De Jose, and Executive Director of PUP Open University, Dr. Carmencita L. Castolo. Next slides, please. The National Advisory Committee are as follows. Dr. Romano Q. Neira of FEU Institute of Technology, Dr. Roel Del Llosa of Isabela State University, Dr. Philip Ermita, formerly Dean of the UPHS Calamba, and then we have Dr. Neil Balba from LPU Laguna. Next slide, please. Dr. Lincoln Bautista, the PUP Dean College of Sciences. Dr. Romeo Peña, Dean College of Art and Letters. Dr. Benilda Eleanor B. Comendador, Dean College of Computer and Information Sciences. Dr. Remedios G. Ado, Dean College of Engineering. Next slide, please. Dr. Nelson Rodelas from MRSP and also ICPEF under University of the East. Dr. Lolong Lakatan of Laguna University. Engineer Yolanda Austria of Adamson University. Dr. Ana Lisa A. Ramos of St. Michael College of Laguna. Next slide. Dr. Gino Andres, Maria Gemaline Austria, Engineer Rika Jane Koska, and Dr. Hemadine S. Mora. Dr. Guillermo Bongato, Dr. Mina Kumuyog, Dr. Antonius Omali, Dr. Marion Crescencio, sorry for that. Next slide, please. The coordinating committee are as follows. Okay, so these are the people who are behind this technical event. So we have Tiffany Joyce Izon, the president of MRSP's NCR Student Chapter, Aldrin Disor of CPE Department, Daryl John Medina, RMC. Next, our creative committee, Olivia Giselle Cainya, Dari May Masangkay, Shaina Salas, Adolf Gerald Santolionoza. Technical committee, we have James Iñaki Castillo, Carl Adrian de Guzman, Tricia Ann Mustar, Jedidia Cosca, Carl Vincent Reyes. Jersa Mayin Imbat, Jomar Maligro, John Clifford Molarca, Movri Del Rosario, Monica Ann Lauriente. Next slides. Okay, this is I think this is the last slide. So the evaluation link is already chat back. So we have another technical. We have Eric J. Yong Ang, Clint Begirias, Jericho Clemente, Jared Santiago. Next slide. So we have Mary Ann, Kathleen Abianza, Ronald Katigbak, Leonard Jordan Elisaga, Angel Grace Antiquera, Monica Gabriel Caparas. Next. Okay. So thank you for all the technical support, especially the technical support and organizing committee that have helped us in this successful event. So again, we would like to congratulate all the awardees from the best presenter, best paper, and outstanding paper for Ichesmet 2021. So again, congratulations and thank you for attending this session.
Thank you for joining us for 3 days straight and of the first International Conference on Humanities, Education, Sciences, Management, Engineering, and Technology. Again, thank you for everyone, for the organizing committee, the members of the faculty, and the presenters for our Ichesmet 2021. Thank you very much, everyone.